All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another Schmoe the Reel. It's Jeff Olson here, quiz show at you here with Brandon Buck. Buck, how you doing?
I am all caught up on rest from last weekend. It was a long couple days. It was a fantastic couple of days.
Yeah.
Very excited to chat with everyone here that we have joining, and maybe we'll have a few special guests. It's going to be a fun time. I may be canceled by the end of the stream.
Absolutely, but right now I think
wait
you're
and
still
see.
exhausted. You still look exhausted, or at least your internet connection does.
Yeah, I know.
But you know who isn't exhausted? This guy right here, Chris Lopez.
Yes, he got it.
He got it back all the way from LA. How is it going with that face, man?
Did you know how fucking embarrassing it was to have this at LAX and Midway? Like, I'm walking around with this thing, and it was like people are like, "Who is that?" And I'm just like, "It's a long story, kid. You got some time?" But I'll talk about it more when we get there. But I'm happy to be here.
Perfect. Now, another person joining. I know that we got Shug. He's in the stream. He just happens to be he's just off camera for a moment, but he'll be here. Our good friend Shug, Shug Knight 323. However, someone who is a member that has been floating around for the last 6 months, planting her flag here or there. Tonight, she is with us as an official part of the Schmoe the Reel crew, participant from the Reel, and other places where you may see her. We got Miss Alimony herself, Allison Salamoni.
Hello, what up, party people? Do the finger guns now. This is gonna be my thing. This is the thing.
That's your
thing now.
Right. Allison, how are you doing?
Oh, it's a loaded question, isn't it? It's like you should just be able to say I'm fine, but you break Twitter without meaning to. And
this is awesome, by the way. Brandy, it got the Ellis and Molly heads, and they're being shipped.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how you carried that through the airport, but no, I'm doing good. I'm a firm believer in you should always do the right thing, no matter what it costs you. Mm-hmm. So I did the right thing, and it really didn't. It's a bummer for some relationships, but those people with Mount Schmoedown are incredible human beings. So yeah, I'm good. I'm okay. I'm less overwhelmed, and we're onwards and upwards.
Absolutely.
And to everyone who tweeted at Allison yesterday, you owe her an apology because she missed half of her screening of West Side Story to respond to everybody.
I legit kept I was like, okay, I'm going to turn off my phone. I'm going to watch West Side Story.
At the theater yesterday.
I was, because I would turn it off and I would have it off for like 10 minutes, and then my anxiety would start going insane with how many notifications I'm going to have when I turn my phone back on. And then I would turn my phone back on and the notifications would be there. And I'm like, fuck. And then they would start singing again. And I'm like, okay, I got to watch this. It was bad. It was not great.
Now, someone else I want to introduce here.
But we have something to play first.
Well, hold up a moment, motherfucker.
Pump the fucking brakes, bro. My man's excited.
We're going to introduce someone else.
I love to see we're about to play.
Just fucking interrupt me, Buck. Go ahead.
That's what I'm here for, right?
Yeah. So, anyways, I want to introduce someone else first. Someone who was also at Spectacular. And this person, I know who you want to introduce. This is someone else who, after Spectacular, started to really get into a little bit more of what made people love it there, I think. And I would love to hear their take on it. And as well as just their week in general when we start talking about it a bit. She won't be here the whole night. However, I would like to introduce Paulina.
Oh my God, it's Paulina!
Finger guns for Paulina!
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh my God, Paulina. Holy shit. Hi, Paulina. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you doing? How are you all doing?
Better now.
Yay.
Holy shit.
You like his hair?
Yeah, the stream just got 100% more better looking as soon as Paulina came on.
Because it's evenly balanced for one. It's not a sausage fest like it normally is.
I mean, Paulina's going to just leave after a couple minutes.
Bye, Buck.
Paulina did that, by the way, Brandon. Jeff didn't do that.
Yeah.
That was
No,
all
she did it
Paulina.
while waving both her hands. He was taken off
I
screen.
did it with my foot.
Look at everyone giving Paulina so much love in the chat.
As they should.
Everyone got to
Maddie.
meet. Most people got to meet Paulina this weekend, and now they could see in person. She's great.
That
Damn
she
right.
exists. You know,
Yeah, that I
I get with my husband all the
Jeff
time.
kept talking about this Paulina person, and we're like, who is he talking about? Like,
Yeah, I'm not a cardboard cutout or like a virtual woman. I exist.
Yes. So
Fucking-
our guest in the back saying that I'm excess baggage. Great. Buck, why don't you introduce our guest that we have waiting in the wings?
Okay.
Oh.
So he is a frequent guest on the channel. We may as well just make him part of Schmoedown Reel at this point.
he's replacing me on Smith and the Real.
So, at the beginning of the year, there was a pre-draft special on Let's Get Ready. I'm just gonna play this.
I'm saying who will have a bad year, and they're basically their draft stock will really plummet.
Shug, you look good with the bald head.
Obviously, you say Riley and Roka will be out of the league, but if they don't have a good season, and everybody's answer has been
Not
like that.
Amber.
But go ahead, Buck.
Oh, man, this is hard because mine was Bateman. Like I didn't even have to think. Bateman was the first one that came to my head. So it's not that they're going to retire, but their draft stock's going to plummet. Thomas Harper, because I feel he's way too overhyped. Way too overhyped. I get Dragon Con players.
Wow.
They know the knowledge, they do, but this is the Schmoedown. This isn't just normal movie trivia.
Oh, it gets worse.
So
don't know
I
if you
feel
remember this.
that he's going to struggle in his first match. I think he's going to lose his first match. We have video proof. So either I will look like a fucking genius, or I have to eat crow, and
There you
I
go.
have no problem doing that.
Buck, we're good at eating crow. So
No, what's on the
Right?
menu for tonight?
Yes.
I hope you have it.
You're also good at screwing over LGR host on your damn show.
Yeah.
But
I
anyway,
wonder-
on
no,
you.
I think Thomas Harper is going to lose his first match, and he won't even get to face Damon this year.
I was right.
Everyone
You were right. on that.
Everyone is
He was right.
this year's Parker. Exactly. He's this year's Parker.
But that just means he's next year's hype beast.
Right.
Like
That's
rookies
not
aren't supposed to win
Yeah,
championships,
and what
right?
Shug said is,
Well-
what player is going to have their basically have a down year and their draft stock is going to drop. I was after Jeff took Bateman. I'm like, these group of rookies for me are extremely overhyped for never playing in a Schmoedown match. They've never played. I'm just
That's
saying
where the
all
cockiness
the
comes from.
rookies in general, all the rookies in general, especially the ones where there's
Are we
no
done
footage
torturing Buck
for us to
yet? 'Cause
see
this
what
is
kind of knowledge they
harsh.
have.
This is
I'm like,
bad.
if you get one match
Put him on blast.
and you just stink up the place, you're done.
You stunk up the place, Harper. You stunk it up.
Buck, I don't have
Thomas
anything
Harper.
to say here. Let me just move my mic so you can.
Yeah. Like as soon as I
Fucking
realized
Maddie
we
Gutter
were
at
doing
least.
this show and Thomas was going to be on, I'm like, I have to find the actual part where I actually said it and looked like an absolute imbecile.
That wasn't it.
I was
So
partially
there are
right.
hot takes.
You didn't play Dane.
That was a dissertation. You were Dr. Crow now.
What did Maddie
You
Gutter
are what
say? Buck, you're fucked up, bro.
Yeah. That was
I'm so glad I don't have any hot takes like this with how new I am into everything.
Oh, I
just
probably have
wait.
like way
Just wait.
worse.
Not yet.
I just know I just knew where this one was relatively. I have another one from this episode that we'll play later if that person
they will. They'll be here. They'll be here.
Oh, that one's even better. No, that's not better. That one's
But
just
no,
as good.
hey, it was a take I gave. It was a bad take. I'm not gonna say I didn't say it.
But to be fair though,
Yeah, you mountain man that looked like you gave up.
if you, I think there are some parts of your prediction that obviously didn't play true for like any of the three of us. But if at the start of the season you had said that Burkett would play one match and would lose by checking down, that Marie would go 1-1, I'd have been like, well, I know them, and that's a lie. Like that's not going to happen. But here we are. So like you like came up snake eyes, and I hate you for that. And quite frankly, I wish I had watched this video again during the spectacular weekend, and I would have like, I don't know, hit you with the belt or something. But
it would have been an honor if you did, Thomas. It would have been an honor.
It's okay. It's okay. But you didn't have anything to go off of. You don't, at that point, we didn't know each other. Your beard was much shorter and more well kept.
The thing is, if I would have done like a little bit of research and saw your actual interviews on the other shows, like a good after show host probably would have done,
like
I would have realized, okay,
you're really bad. You're a really bad host.
Oh, dude, I'm awful. I'm so awful.
Wait, didn't you guys talk to Thomas though?
No,
we didn't do any interviews.
Matt and I did.
Wait, you guys suck.
We were brand new. We didn't do anything.
We were brand
you guys were still in the original format.
We were,
which is we are still going to do that next year. It is coming back.
Bring it back.
We're going to bring it back every few weeks. We can't do it every week. That's just
because
it might just be one-on-one. We can't do it 3 people. That's just exhausting.
We don't even know what the structure is next year in terms of how many matches officially. So for us, we decided
I got time now, guys. So I'm just going to invite myself onto that one too because I don't have the fucking time anymore.
Allison, you were proof positive of like shoot your shot, the community. You are a living example of how supportive the community is, because I feel like you have transitioned and found your voice in this space like in a very rapid fashion. I think that's awesome. Like you found something that you're not only passionate about but you're good at, and the community has welcomed you in, and I couldn't be happier to keep seeing you on stuff and have gotten to know you. The first time that I knew of you was in New York when we took a picture together, and then here we are. I think that's awesome. That's a testament. So that's very cool.
That's so nice.
She was Buck, I don't have anything nice to say, but I'm sorry.
How quick are we in? I think this is the record for how fast I cried.
3.5 minutes. On stream. 12 and a half. So,
but Buck, I will say there at the start of the season, there were you staked out a position, and I have to give you credit for making like a coherent argument on that position in a way that not a lot of people were doing, because in like as I marched into the draft, into the match with Wit, it was like part of this machine that had been built outside of my control were just people that didn't know me, had never been to Dragon Con, hadn't even watched the one Dragon Con match that's online, and were just proclaiming all things that they wanted to proclaim. And so I have to have respect for somebody that looked at it from a Schmoedown perspective and said, I don't know about this. And like, I've got the courage to speak what I believe. And like, that didn't hold true. I couldn't be happier to have proved you wrong, but there has to be voices on both sides in this sort of stuff. I mean, like it happens in pro sports. Like that's why people like Stephen A. Smith and Colin Cowherd exist. And I'm glad that you brought that here. I'm equally as glad to have like taken that prediction and just shattered it into a billion pieces.
Absolutely.
You heard it here first, people. Brandon Buckingham is the Stephen A. Smith of the Schmoedown.
I do want to
make the nicest comparison. Jeff and I will not get into it, but Jeff and I were trading our thoughts about your beard and like its evolution over this year, and those were less kind.
It was a much longer conversation than I thought it would be. But speaking of shattering expectations, hopes, and dreams. What's up, Gold Leader?
I am sorry for the fucking dumbass, unflattering angle. I need to say something.
What are you, Bibbs, right now?
Bibbs does stuff in ink. Like,
are you
at least his is artful.
So, Evan's taking a shit right now.
Yeah, you look like you're
behind the window. Yes. So I was going to be in my office like normal, and I pulled the door shut behind me so my fucking cat didn't get in. He's right here. And so he didn't get in and knock over some stuff. And so I pulled it shut really quick because I had to get something. And I came back and the door is fucking locked. None of
Oh,
the keys
you
are working.
fucking
My phone
idiot.
is in there, and I have no. I'm
In
on
your
my
own
fifth
house.
app.
That's amazing.
So you decided
So-
to hop on a stream instead of calling a locksmith?
Or just breaking the door?
I might.
I made a
He,
promise.
he jumped on stream to ask Thomas to call the locksmith.
I'm trying to exhaust all opportunities before I have to, break the door down.
I won't.
Just-
I won't call the.
do it live on camera, Colleen. Just break the door down live right now.
I
Just do it.
I'm so upset. I don't know what's going on. I can't pick the door wasn't even locked. I don't know how
I won't call a locksmith, but I will call the police and report there's an intruder in your house matching your description.
Just me. I don't know what happened. Thank God none of my stupid animals.
He's gonna claim that he's locked out of his own office, but that's just a ruse.
I'm very
It's
upset.
reminding me of have any of you guys seen the stream of people locking themselves away in their bathroom for 72 hours?
What?
Are
What?
you doing this?
Are you locked away in a bathroom for 72 hours?
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? Evan, what are you
For the
doing?
clout?
Me?
He's so Evan, you look
is that
so
the clout
sad.
that you
I know,
Chase a
I'm
belt,
just-
Jesus.
I'm just defeated. I
Did you bring food?
no.
All right, you messed up. You fucked up.
All right. Hey, everyone. A lot of people are struggling now, like Gold Leader over here. However, I just want to bring up here, we do have a Streamlabs. Now, any donations here, everything that we raise is going to be going to our good friend Shug over here. Shug, we know, is going through a really tough time right now with his own family struggles. And listen, anything that we can possibly raise, anything that can be donated is really going to be helpful, even the smallest amount. Shug, we love you, and we want to make sure that, everything can work out all right for you in your life. So
Thank you.
if anyone can donate,
Jeff.
please donate. If you want to buy a shirt, buy a shirt. Still have no idea how to collect the money on that. Still have no idea why people would buy a shirt because the logo doesn't even fit properly on it. But
I wore that shirt all day
The logo
Saturday.
on Lestrina's shirt is definitely not where it should be.
no,
When,
not
like,
at all.
he held it
is-
up, it
is,
was, like, down
too
by his
low,
belly button.
right between the nipples.
No,
it's like
it's below the nipple.
yeah.
Below the nipple. You want me to design shirts?
Yeah,
I will gladly design
Paulina
shirts.
and another friend will probably work to make sure that we'll have updated shirt designs maybe for next year. But hey, if you we also have a mug, and they can't fuck up a logo on a mug, right?
Don't say that.
We don't know.
They probably could. Okay, but I gotta get this off my chest while both of these guys are here.
Okay.
I need to understand, why do I need to like Y Wings more than anything else?
I mean, they're fine ships. I don't.
No, you shut your mouth right now.
They're fine.
Because look, the Rebel Alliance, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole. It's the best starfighter. The Rebel Alliance is a scrappy group of freedom fighters. They don't need this some slick starfighter like the X-Wing. Yeah, that's me looking at pictures of Y-Wings.
I have this picture from my Snapchat memories. I don't know why.
Dude, that is so creepy, Chris. That's so creepy.
I don't want you to get too far into Star Wars.
I sent it to somebody,
talk,
I think.
only because someone just finally watched A New Hope for the very first time.
No spoilers,
I've seen
guys.
Y-Wings, not in their best hour. But he has seen Y-Wings.
He really likes Y-Wings. And now, real quick here, we will be watching Empire and probably Return of the Jedi as
very
well
nice.
this weekend.
I thought you were going to say we're watching Empire right now.
Yeah,
I was like,
we'll get
all right.
We're gonna get Paulina's thoughts on Star Wars soon. However, two things. One, we do have our first donation here from our very own Maddie Gunner. Fuck, marry, kill. You know the choices. We'll get into this conversation a little bit when we start recapping
What
the
is
weekend.
wrong with Maddie
What are
Gunner?
the choices?
No, what is right with Maddie Gunner?
Yeah.
First of all. I love
I want to know
Now-
what the choices are.
Now, second of all, Buck, I believe you have another person you want to introduce.
Oh, fuck
Yes.
me.
So
Oh,
in
no.
that same episode where I played the clip before, literally right after this one, I had another one about a rookie.
The clip in which you had a very bad initial prediction about Harper, right?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we.
Are we just
Here
gonna start
is
calling
another
Brandon-
clip. Let's just go ahead.
I mean, just
That's
like
where the
all
cockiness
the
comes from.
rookies in general, all the rookies in general, especially the ones where there's no footage for us to see what kind of knowledge they have. I'm like, if you get one match, and you just stink up the place, you're done. Christian will not give you another match. There is a rookie that I expect that to happen to, who kind of shot off their mouth on a.
Say the name. Say the name.
Okay,
Say the name. Don't be scared.
Say it right now. I know it.
For Betty called out Ben Bateman. So Christian's probably read it. So we'll see if she even gets drafted. Like, I feel like that article is either she's going to get drafted because manager's going to like the Moxie, or no one likes it because it's way too big for your britches.
Hey man, I don't know if it's from experience. It's not hard to beat Bateman.
Paige for being the Boston badass on the show.
This is just.
Oh, hold on. I have something for Brandon in my pocket. Let me try to find it. Hold on. Oh, I found it. How you like them apples, boy?
So when I was looking for this clip for Thomas, I was playing through it and I just watched the rest of it. I was like, oh shit, I did give that one about Paige. I looked like a fucking dumbass. I gotta own it. I gave it, and I look like just an absolute imbecile again. Second time in 5 minutes?
Brandon, bad takes Bucks is what I'm going to start calling you bad takes.
Yeah.
Like, that's
this is Buck's bad take hour.
I mean, I guess I'm okay because you know what? It was a bad take, so that's okay.
It was.
I proved you wrong, so it all works out, man.
And I've looked terrible.
Sorry, everyone can have bad
else have you
takes.
talked
Some
shit
way
about
worse
over
than
this year that we can just...
I don't even know. Like, if I went
keep
back on
roasting.
every episode and seen how many takes I gave that weren't even close, I wouldn't be in this space anymore.
You know what? Sometimes you need some bad takes to make it all go around, because you know what? You made me feel that much better, and me being in the league, it made me feel that much better that I had to prove some people wrong. Especially you, Brandon. Especially you.
I love it was all on the same show too.
It
wasn't like a string of shows.
It was like 3 minutes. I gave the Thomas take, and then I kind of just rolled into the page thing.
Real quick, Paulina had a question.
Fuck. Did you have any good takes?
Probably not.
Ever? Here's the thing. She only said you have good takes, and then she made sure to tack on the ever afterwards directly to you.
Probably.
Paulina's fucking savage. I need more Paulina on these.
Probably
on these
not.
shows
Maybe
so much.
like Thomas said, I am the Stephen A. Smith. Does Stephen A. Smith have any good takes? No.
Yeah, we know what shit happens. So, Paulina, it was nice to meet you this weekend.
Likewise.
All I gotta say.
I love
Allison,
that shirt page.
I love what. Thank you, Wallows. Great band.
Hell yeah,
Got a little lollipop on it.
We do have two more donations. Just want to read them off real quick here.
He was about to compliment me. Fucking A.
I was.
Jeff.
Can I compliment her
A
real
lot of
quick?
things are very important, Allison.
All right, you
they're
can
very
do Streamlabs, and then I will.
Jeff doesn't like when
about.
people start saying nice things to me, which is why he interrupts with Streamlabs.
Because no one says nice things about Jeff.
Correct.
Oh.
Everyone compliment her while she's on stream.
Allison, you're beautiful. I love your earrings.
Allison, you're gorgeous. You are such a saint. Allison sent me this card in the mail, and it almost made me cry. Like, it was the real.
I didn't get a card in the mail. What is
and
this
it did
nonsense?
make Paulina cry.
Hey, send me your address. Also, look,
I was going to show the card, but it has my fucking
love
address
doing
on it.
handwritten notes. I'm like on this big kick of doing of gratitude lately. Like I've spent 230 days in a row gratitude journaling because I'm like, I got to get out of this fucking like funk that I was in at the very beginning of the year with a bunch of other shit that
I want one then. I will send you my address.
Yes,
Did you get
because
a
I
letter from
gotta
Allison?
say, what you did yesterday or the other day, I praise you for that because us women are the league in the Schmoedown, and thank you so much for taking a stand and a shot from the dark and saying what you saying, because it meant so much to not only myself and to my faction mate, because what you said was very powerful and strong. But a while ago, I feel like you talked a little smack about me when I was playing Griffin Newman. And I saw that video, girl.
Hey,
I saw that video.
Had on everybody that was playing.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't
She
help
got.
it.
I got yelled at. I got
But-
yelled at because I said Thomas Harper was going to win Rookie of the Year. She's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?
Like,
He
I
ain't
tried
winning.
to watch it.
Griffin's about to win the
Fair.
belt." I go, and I said Griffin's going to go 0-2, and she's like, "No, he ain't. He going to win one." Da 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 da. He almost got knocked out by Marisol, and Shazam did what they had to do. So yeah, Griffin Newman could suck it. That's all I can say.
He did do great at the
That's your
end. He did do great at the end, but
Paige is like
Why
Sauron.
didn't
She
you
sees
play like that
all.
in my match against him? That's all I got to say.
Right.
Damn mouth.
look, I got hot takes too. I got hot takes too.
Which
The only
one-
thing is
Ty,
that
which
no
one
was
is
Ty,
Ty?
so
I raised
we're
this
good.
glass of wine to you.
Ty Lieberman's awesome. Got to meet him a couple.
I'm so mad. Ty Lieberman looked like he was having such a great time at Residuals on Thursday there. And he was in so much conversation. I want to introduce myself, say hello, say how big of a fan I was of him. I didn't get a chance. Ty, you're awesome. Thank you for being here as well. We do have a couple of donations. Just want to read them off real quick. One from a guy who happens to be on the screen here, the major himself, Thomas. I'm assuming because it says Thomas. Gold Leader's picture is now the new definition of disappointment in Webster's dictionary.
That's cool.
I'm pretty sure I
That's
filled
fact.
you in on their whole on
I think that's
Gold Leader and
misleading.
Thomas Harper's love-hate relationship. And by that
I
mean they love to hate.
enjoy. So I, on one hand, lift somebody up in Shug and then bring somebody down
Right.
in Gold Leader. So in all things, balance.
That's
Oh,
right.
you and I.
I just love that you're kicking him
Balance.
down and
Balance
locked
is all.
out of
Look
his
at-
office.
I just want, before you read the Streamlabs, Jeff, I just want to say this. If anybody thinks this is an act between these two, I was at Denny's at 3 a.m. with these two. It is not an act. Me
You know
and
who
Chris
was
were laughing. It was amazing.
I made it out that
I
far.
wish I made it to Dennis.
I did not make it out
Denny's.
that far. That night.
God bless that
I can-
Uber driver.
Yeah, good idea, Evan. That was totally Evan's idea.
That was
100%.
my
Thank
Uber
you.
driver because I was like dead in the back seat. It was a long night for me.
Shug,
It was
Shug,
very-
you clearly remember having a conversation with me about we were talking about
It was
when
Evan's
you-
idea.
Organizing a Denny's thing the next day.
Evan's
we
idea.
talked about it.
You do want.
No. Thursday, I
Gold
said
Leader
I
led
wanted to
me
go
the
to
Denny's.
No. Thursday, I said I wanted to go to Denny's. Nobody wanted to go on Thursday, so we went Saturday. That's how it
Yes.
happened. Evan
You
did
talked
say
to me
he
about
wanted
it.
to go to Denny's. The best part was at one point we're standing there. I looked at, and someone looks at Thomas and goes, "We're going to Denny's." Thomas is like, "I'm down." Saul walks in. We're like, "Saul, we're going to Denny's." I'm down. He's like, "I'm going to bring Kaiser." We're like, "Oh hell yeah, let's go!" And we
I
ended up.
didn't know.
All I know is I was in an Uber with Kaiser, and his phone died, and he asked the Uber driver for a plug, and then he put on Wu-Tang while driving to Denny's.
Oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, and
On brand.
Cash rules everything around.
Kaiser
We got
eats,
what we'll do, y'all.
Kaiser eats Italian dressing with. I thought him as a blue cheese guy. No, he eats Italian dressing. Just putting it out there. Anyway,
Wait,
go ahead,
with
John.
what? Salad?
Yeah,
With
Who the fuck
pancakes.
goes to Denny's at 2 a.m. is like, yes, salad.
John Kaiser.
I guess
Who
with
goes
John
to
Kaiser.
Denny's in general and is like, "Oh, you know what I want? That
By the way-
delicious salad."
Paulina, what did you just say?
I have a hot take. IHOP is better than Denny's.
It is.
Why is
Yes.
everyone
Oh,
else-
yes.
For
yes.
but
breakfast,
for
yes.
some reason at 3 a.m, Denny's taste amazing
Denny's
when
is
you have
fucking
alcohol.
disgusting.
But
But I
you-
was going to say
Yeah,
yes to
the
anything that
Pancakes
night.
would have been fire though that night.
Speaking of Denny's, have any of you seen the video on YouTube of like just some metal band
Yes.
walking into a Denny's at 3 o'clock in the morning
Yes.
and setting up, and then they just start going to town with just,
Love
just
it.
Absolutely.
and they're like,
Um,
"What's up, Denny?"
What the fuck's up, Denny's?
So, all right. Another donation from a good friend, Corey Cameron. For
Corey?
Shug, ... but really for Buck's takes.
Yes.
Damn, so he took money away from you then. Like, he's out here
Bad
punishing you.
And
for
then
bucks.
another donation
Oh.
from our great friend, Kelly. It was great
Aw.
meeting a bunch of you in person, and go Allison.
Damn right. When I saw, so Thursday night for me was just one big blur with certain like pockets of
You had
sight.
the most fun.
I have
And-
the funniest thing I have to say about you though.
Oh
About
Christ.
Thursday. You can finish your story.
But I saw Kelly on Thursday. I lost my damn mind, and Kelly ended up calling Allison on Thursday. And Allison, I don't remember what I said to you.
You literally snatched the phone out of Kelly's hand, and I'm on FaceTime. No one can fucking hear me because it's the bar. I could hear the bar. It was fucking loud. But you snatch the phone out of Kelly's hand and you start running around. Like first, I'm like seeing right up your nose, and then you start running around. And you're like, "It's Allison!" And you just keep like shoving Kelly's phone in people's faces. And it's just like no one knows what's going on. I'm sitting around crying because one, I'm missing everybody and I'm so sad I'm not there. But two, I'm also crying because all of my friends are so excited to see my face because if you guys don't know, I fucking cry a lot. It's just what I do. It's my
It
thing.
happened like 10 minutes ago.
And it literally, within seconds of how excited Chris was to see me on a FaceTime, I just started like sobbing. And then like Chris is like handing Kelly's phone all over to people. And then we hang up and then Kelly has to call me back because now Maddie Gunner wants to say hi. And it was a wild time. But I do remember apparently Chris went home with a lady because I'm putting that on blast.
Oh boy, that story. No, we are not.
That's not.
It's not what happened. It's not what happened.
Let me put that to bed right now.
Your friend Leah?
It was his friend from high school.
No, I know.
That's my friend from high school.
Because I was given something. Chris, you definitely do not remember. I bet I was given something that night, and I looked at. We were outside, and I looked at you, and I said, "You're gonna need this more than I do, bro." And then
what?
And you were like, but no, you were very respectful. You were like, nah. You were like, what? One, you were like, she ain't with me. But then two, you were like, she's my homegirl. I was like, oh my gosh, too funny. But I do have to say, it's so funny. The next morning, obviously, I stayed at the POV house, and the next morning we were just all like, it might have been even later that night. I don't even know because I was up until like 4 a.m. So technically like 7 a.m. my time, and my dogs are like play fighting in my bedroom right now. I looked at them and I was talking to Jake and I was like, bro, where were Chris's eyes last night? You literally, the whole time. No, you were just like this the whole time. But you were like full blown, like having a blast. But I was like, bro, this man did not open his eyes once. I was like, did he show? Like, he saw me, but
I don't know where I was at. I legitimately have no idea where the bar was at.
Chris went hard during Bohemian Rhapsody, immediately turned around and just fell forward, his head into my chest, and just stayed there for a moment before hugging me because he couldn't stand up anymore for a bit.
Speaking of hugs, Chris, you give the best hugs.
No.
Chris, how many foreheads did you kiss?
2.
That's spectacular.
Two.
Only 2 people?
Well, technically 3 if you count my forehead twice.
No, because I kissed Maddie's head twice, so 4.
Oh, did you do it? Because
I mean, you did give me a half one.
Yeah,
okay,
I
so
went
4
up
and a
to
half.
Chris.
You gave me a half one, and then you gave me the kiss of death after we hung out with Roka.
I went up to Chris and I said, Chris, you promised that you were going to be kissing people on the forehead. What happened? And he grabbed me by the head and he put the sloppiest wet kiss on my forehead. And I'm like, oh my God, that's so wet. And if you were there, you know, he had full sleeves on, button-down shirt. He grabbed my head again, wiped it, grabbed and laid another equally wet kiss on my forehead.
Here is a fantastic photo of Chris. Look at Chris in the bottom.
Yep, that's what I mean. Where were his eyes the entire night?
Look how happy he is snuggling Chandru. Like he's just
pure
Chandru
bliss.
Wasn't there on that ledge about 5 seconds beforehand. He saw the photo was happening. They're up on a ledge. There's a whole there's like a chair and like a sort of like a railing. Chandru sees a photo happening and he immediately launches, like it's almost like he glides up and jumps right into the middle of it over the ledge.
Across the car, kind of.
Yeah, it was incredible. Now, 2 things real quick. We have another donation. It is from Burr for you, Sugar. Also, I can't wait to hang out with Allison on Sunday at Disney.
Ooh,
who is this?
Burr. I'm assuming that is Amber.
Amber.
Hell yeah. Amber.
The other thing
I'm crashing their hangout at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge with a friend. They invited me. I didn't invite myself this time, guys. I was actually invited.
That's what happens. You got to invite yourself until you
the Deacons, Amber and Maxwell, and Andrew
Galantis.
Shout out.
Wow.
So I do want to bring up here. I know Paulina isn't with us all night because she has other friends that she also gets to see. But I wanted to make sure Paulina, as someone who hadn't really, I had dragged her to a couple of previous New York live events when we didn't know anyone.
And she hated him.
And then this is the first time she actually got to interact with people in person. Because I got to go to the last New York event on my own, and it really inspired her with a couple things. It made her feel a couple ways, and I wanted to give Paulina a chance to kind of just share her thoughts on this whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Open-ended question here.
Surprise.
Wonderful. So right off the bat, I do need to say that just being the whole week, I felt so accepted in a community. I know I'm not like technically a part of the community, but it certainly made me feel like I was a part of it.
Yes, you are.
You are.
Everybody was so welcoming and loving and supportive, and you could clearly see that on some of the matches. Like for instance, when Smets came out, I cried just to see the amount of love and support in the room for Smets, and seeing that the community backed him through his journey and continues to back him through his journey. That's truly wonderful. And the community has inspired me to do something that I haven't really, well, I've always thought about it, but I kind of just pushed myself to do it. Especially seeing your match, your Star Wars match. I now am starting to get into Star Wars and watching them all the way through. And going to Galaxy's Edge with Maddie, Zach, Curtis, and Jeff definitely helped as well. So yeah, I definitely want to learn more about the Schmoedown. I definitely want to make more friends in the Schmoedown. You guys are amazing. And yeah, I was thrilled to meet everybody, and I'm thrilled to continue to talk to amazing people like yourselves.
And how did you feel about watching A New Hope for the very first time on Wednesday?
Oh, yeah, I really enjoyed it. I can see a lot of like oh, don't laugh. I mean, like, I can see a lot of like common parallels and parodies to like other shows that I've watched. Like, for example, the trash compactor scene. I can think of like 3 TV shows that did similar things. So it's interesting to see the mirroring into modern media. I don't know. I liked it. Luke is definitely a little whiny bitch, but
accurate.
Hopefully,
have you not? Oh, you haven't met Kylo Ren yet. You haven't met Kylo Ren yet.
Yeah.
It runs in the family.
Or Anakin who hates fans. You know,
Luke doesn't need to get better.
Jeff can definitely attest to this.
Don't you say that?
Jeff can definitely attest to this. My most outward reaction was at the last, like, probably 10 seconds, where Chewie didn't get a fucking medal. What was the point of him walking up? He didn't get a medal. He was there. He participated. He helped. Why didn't he medal? Why is he just standing there?
There you go. Watch the whole series. You'll see
Wookiee hate.
Canonically, also, he did get a medal.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, she's gonna wait. She's gonna wait.
Spoil. There yet?
Episode 9. I'm saying
no spoilers. No spoilers. I'm trying to go in fresh.
Oh, in the comic he gets one.
But he technically did get a medal. It's just he doesn't.
It's just not on screen in the movie made in 1977 when it was a standalone, right?
It
because Chewbacca's brown. That's
with
why
his Wookiee heritage. That's the idea.
That was camouflage paint.
Yeah.
Yo, I rewatched the entrances from because the spectacular video just went up public on YouTube today, and I remember Thomas saying to me at the Denny's, because I guess Thomas had watched it on Patreon or something, and he was like Kate is my entrance or something in that vein, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, Thomas? Like, shut up! You just beat America or Schmoedown's sweetheart and Nikki DiMolanta. And you're still like, no, fuck this. Nah. Out here living the gimmick. And then I watch your entrance over. I'm like, oh my God. Whoever the cameraman was, like, straight up thought Kate Mulligan was Thomas Harper. Straight up. And when Thomas popped up on stage and he's in his full getup, I guarantee a lot of people were like, yo, what the hell is going on?
Dude, I was in a bar in Texas because we were having a group trip with my sister and like our significant others and everything, and we were at a bar. It was like my first time drinking in over 45 days because I was like, oh, I'm gonna take a little break through November, whatever. So I'm hammered because I started early, of course, and I'm watching on my phone as like we're also trying to watch the Georgia game, and I see Kate comes out, and then I grab my husband as I go, look what fucking Harper's doing. He was like, you know, we're with other people that probably don't get. I'm like, I don't care. You gotta watch it with me. It was great. Went back and watched it sober the next day. Still fucking fantastic.
You know, Harper, when you did that Pledge of Allegiance, Chris and Chris didn't drink at that thing. We actually had like 1 beer.
I had 3 beers before the show started.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think anyone did because they were like $15.
Yeah, it was expensive as hell. But when you were doing the Pledge of Allegiance, you were doing that pledge. Chris is in my ear and he's like, he's fucking talking to us. We haven't been hyping him up. We've been on Nicki Dimlada. He's talking to us right now, Suge. I'm like,
this is our fault. He heard me be like, I love you, Thomas. He's like, fuck you, Chris. You motherfucker. Like,
he was like, he's talking to us. And I was like, shut up, Chris.
I felt that.
Yeah, I will say that unlike Evan, the digital space has been really confining for me. And one thing that I will give you credit. This is the credit that I will give you. You didn't need a live stage to sort of blossom and evolve your character or whatever.
Right.
But walking into that space, I felt very deeply like if there's one big difference maker between like coming into Spectacular between myself and Griffey outside of gameplay and wins and that sort of stuff, it was the critique about character. You've got Griffey, who's, at that point, it had a phenomenal live performance in New York, plays great on screen and whatnot. And you have me, and I feel probably in some cases valid criticism about, the way that I portray myself on screen, like being wooden or a droid or whatever.
Yeah, you suck, Thomas.
So I will not reveal full details, but I had a plan. That plan got shut down immediately, and that plan is now shelved for future days.
Oh my God! You told me that night, and I laughed so.
You're sworn to see.
Is this the plan
I am.
I'm not going to say anything.
Yes, probably. Yeah. So.
Well, shit, I want to know the plan now.
Well, I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you offline.
If you know this plan,
I'll talk to you. He'd pick a fan out of the crowd, and it would be me, the plant, and he'd burn me on stage.
Yeah.
And it'd be a statement. It'd be like, this is what happens to fans that disrespect Thomas Harper.
Shove you off.
Technically, it should be Buck then, shouldn't it?
Right.
Good luck. You waive liability for this injury.
Thomas, you gotta do the get up every
No. You
Christian told me, he was like, this is the get up. He's like, I gotta get off this. He's like, this is the get up for everything. Like off screen, I'm like, that's a bitch to put all that shit on.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it.
But anyway, so the original plan got scuttled, and part of the original plan, like, it leaked out. The word of it, not widely, but it leaked out within the Schmoedown very widely. And so I said, okay, I'm gonna do a new plan. I'm not gonna tell anybody about it. So I had my suitcase in the green room, the uniform, which is the same, like those boots, the pants, the combat shirt that I was wearing, all stuff that I wore in Afghanistan, right?
It's
like
seen some shit.
Yeah, it's been through a bit. Spray paint, not so much. Like the den was not on my chest.
He was in Afghanistan, and people were like, "Who's the den?"
That's some hardcore
foreshadowing. The Taliban better know.
The den, short for the den.
Like the Taliban's all, Kate Mulligan. Oh, we know about her. Yeah, we ain't fucking with her.
We surrender. But anyways, I had all this, like, not just in my suitcase, but like fucking zipped up and like secret in my suitcase. And so Christian only knew about the face paint, and I think his concept of face paint was like a couple stripes. Like I don't think he even understood that it was like, I meant full get up. And so when I went back during I think it was after the first round, I had Saul come to me. I was like, come to me after the first round of the team's match and alert me. And then that's the time that I'll need to do this. So I had practiced. I had done some of my prep sessions. All my prep sessions were done playing in uniform because I wanted to be sure that I could play in that comfortably. I had done several with the makeup to make sure that was doable as well. And so I come out in the full getup. At that point, not even Christian knew that I had the full uniform. The only people that had seen it were honestly Kate and Ross at that point, like with the full like spray paint and everything. And so I come out, and like the reactions in the green room from the few people that were in there were like, oh shit. And I was like, that gave me like the battery charge that I needed to like get upstairs. When I got upstairs, Nikki's ready to she's coming in first. So they've got her queued up. They were like, get the fuck out of the way. Like, nobody can see you. I'm off like over to the side. And so when I come out, the surprise that the crowd has is the same surprise that Mark has, that that Ken has, that Christian has. Like, everybody is seeing this basically for the first time. And I almost fell off the stage. I do like the little about face, and I almost stumbled and fell. But beyond that, it was like very, very important for me to like evolve this character and be like, I'm not just like Star Wars knowledge in like a rigid frame, right? I can do the other stuff too. And so, win or lose, that was what was really important to me. And I also didn't want to fall subject, because like before the match, coincidentally, multiple people had been like, in these like live events, some people come out and they get really wrapped around the axle doing character bits. They feel like it's really important to come out and like perform, and they lose sight of the trivia stuff, and then they fall flat on their ass. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. I may be beat. I may lose to Nikki, and that's fair, because she's exceptionally good, but I'm not going to like sacrifice one or the other. I'm going to show people that I can deliver both. And, I'm fortunate enough to have not just like won, but in the face of, one of her best matches of the season, been able to pitch perfect, which the only other person that's really pushed me to that in a 5-round match is you, Evan. And so to be able to do that, deliver on the character aspect, like that was really important to me. So, I hope I put some of those concerns to bed.
Thomas,
concerns to bed.
Yeah, you did. But quick question. So when Nikki walks out, you're right there, right?
I'm like behind. I don't know that she had even seen. Well, no, she did see me in my full getup. I wanted to make sure I was like, I was not into like, I was not wearing that as like war paint to try to like intimidate her. So she saw me in the green room, and then, but we didn't have time to talk about it. We were just like, okay.
Yeah. But I'm saying you heard the reaction for her.
Oh yeah.
Like I think the pops were, Marisol got one of the biggest pops. Smets obviously did, but Nikki was like second.
Rightfully
really,
so.
I think she might even got a bigger pop than Marisol. I'll say we went nuts for her. So like, what were you thinking then? That's just a question I didn't get to ask you on Saturday because we were drunk. But what were you thinking?
Well, two things simultaneously. A, like, very well deserved, because to come from where she was in terms of the draft, and I think just generally how people regarded her. I think if she had been a dude, if she had been Andrew Demolanta and had the draft status and that sort of stuff, people would have talked about her differently. But it was almost like people doubted her up until she won the tournament, right? And that's fair. That's fair. You shill.
We were behind all the dents. We were like, well, what the hell? So I had no voice. But
yeah. No, I was happy that like that was a moment for her, right? Because like she earned that.
She's
that was
the second woman to ever get a title chance in Star Wars, and
and the first as a
did
rookie.
Nothing but deserve that shit. So
Yeah.
all I gotta say,
totally earned. But it sets but behind the scenes, I know where the den is going, and I know where I as a character am going, and I'm like, this is fucking perfect. Like this is no, like, it's no shit. Like, none of what I did was like a reaction to her personally, but it's like it just teed me up perfectly to, like, I didn't expect during the den Pledge of Allegiance people to react that strongly to it. I had visions of people like even Evan, like, yes, I will pledge allegiance. Quite the fucking opposite. But that was perfect. That was perfect because it like fueled it. The only other game where I've played that loose was against Evan in the digital match over the summer, and that helped me out immeasurably. I'd like to think that it helped her out too, because it like, I think it's really easy in this league to lose sight of the fact that you're just answering trivia questions, and for us it's just Star Wars trivia. But Evan, I had missed like the dynamic that we had. I was trying, obviously I only had one match, but like I didn't have that against Andrew for a variety of reasons, and so I was like, it was very important to me to try to recapture that. So Nikki and I and Andrew kind of joked around and a bunch before the match, and that helped. And I was determined to make that, like, to have that dynamic on stage not be one where we were like butting heads. And I told Christian, I said, I like the plan for the character is fine. I'm not against her. Like, that's not what this is about. This is a me against the fans, right? And like that plays for me, like, and not like angry at the fans, but more like Drill Sergeant Thomas has come out like, okay, y'all want to fuck around, like, let's fuck around. So that played really well. I think it would have played really well even in a loss, but you know, the dice rolled my way that day.
And also,
you're now the most hated like military man in the Schmoedown. So
yeah,
there aren't too many.
That.
I
have seen people pretty pissed off. Like all of a sudden, like, oh, why is he leaning into his military? I'm like, what's wrong with that?
Why not?
Like,
how can somebody accuse me within Alex Damon's mentions of stolen valor, which is a first, and it was also amazing. That's awesome. That's an awesome level of ignorance.
Thomas, I'll give you like when you obviously we've spoken to you like just, you know, shooting the shit and about the movie trivia of it all, but you debuted in a league where the character was set aside for a very, very long time, so you didn't have to do that. Some folks did it because, you know, that's just what they wanted to do, and they excelled at it, whatever. But you didn't have to do it, like, because, you know, we rarely saw cutscenes, and we saw characters few and far between. But a majority of the league was just them playing themselves, or the character of themselves in movie trivia. And us as fans,
a gold jacket, and that's it.
Right. And us as fans, we've been so spoiled before with all the Schmoedown stuff, and like at least with all the character aspects of it. So of course we still expect it out of people. But what's up, Brendan in the chat?
Brendan's coming for all of us.
Yeah, I heard.
I'm keeping this warm for you and
Star
Nikki.
Wars champion in the FTL.
But you crushed it, Thomas. Like the second I realized what you were doing, I'm like, oh my god, like he's gonna lay into everybody. Like, because you're just like, oh, like, and I leaned to Suge. I'm like, dude, like he's killing this, and everyone's booing you. Like,
yeah, and then he leaned into my ear and he goes, he looks like a fucking action figure. I go, right?
Yeah. First thing that came to my mind, not gonna lie, was Small Soldier.
When you meet Thomas in real life, Thomas is a thick boy, and he's tall. Know. I walked up on him. I was like, God damn, and I was like, all right, what's up, Thomas?
Yeah. That's what I walked into in New York. I went to go get a drink at the bar, and he was just standing there with his fucking belt over his shoulder.
Isn't it fucking hilarious to see how tall and short people are?
Yeah.
Paige, Paige, you can fit in my pocket. Okay.
I'm very tiny. Fun fact for you all. I'm very tiny.
If I like stretch the belt out, it's taller than Paige's.
Oh, 100%. It probably weighs as much as you. That shit is heavy as hell.
Dude, there's a picture of you
for that thing.
There's a picture of a Paige of Bateman, and you're just like, Jesus Christ.
I did not. I mean, Thomas is taller than Bateman, I think. And I met Ben in LA for one of the Cantina events. I swear to God, he was not that tall then. I don't know if that man grew after his back surgery, they extended him or what. But
straighten that back out a little bit.
Because I was like, that man's got like a foot and a half on me.
If Thomas was a kangaroo, Paige would be the Joey in the front pouch there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Essentially.
No, I will say this, and like Evan, you can chime in here as well. I will give you authorization for it. The big thing that the Star Wars division, I don't care what happens to the questions or whatever. The thing that is needed to give it lifeblood and legs to survive into the future is what singles teams and IG have had, which is characters and like people to like, whether you root or against any of us is almost irrelevant, but it's like stuff to follow. And so I was lucky enough, like Evan, to have a dickhead like Evan in the league, and if you sucked, it'd be really easy. You make it difficult by being good. That's a problem for me. But I think having natural foils like that to play against, to have folks on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, like Nikki, who are like forever going to be on the face side, in the hero side, and play sort of a very different role in this. That's something that this division has never had before. Like, Alex and Andrew in a way have had to really carry things on their shoulders. And that's like a really difficult task for them. And I think what you saw this season and what you're going to see next season is like Alex is finding his voice. I think you saw some character from him that like I wanted to see more of. I didn't want to face him at any point, but like I think you saw this beat of like the obsessed, like the belt obsessed guy, fallen hero. That was really fun for me to watch. Andrew is like sort of fully coming into his role, not as heel hunter, but like as this like virtually unstoppable killer. Who at any point, if you play Andrew or you play Nikki, you're playing them both. Like you might as well be playing two people at once in any of those matches. The Star Wars division has come into its own. I look forward to, like, regardless of whether matches decrease or whatever, like I look forward to like playing in that space a little bit more, and we'll see what storylines have to happen. But like I'd like to think we played a small part in injecting some life back into the division.
Yeah.
It excited me for sure.
Yeah, excited her.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna continue to watch Star Wars after your whole match between that and Galaxy's Edge. However, Paulina is going to be leaving us right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with.
Go have fun.
Schmoedown.
Real fun.
Cooler people.
Bye,
Like
Paulina.
really
I
Schmoedown
love
smug.
you.
I can't wait for you to watch my favorite Star Wars movie. It's the next one on your list, Empire. So
Yay. Excited.
Good one.
That's gonna be tomorrow or late tonight.
Paige,
so
show
we'll
your
see.
tattoo real quick before she leaves.
Yeah,
Where's
So
your own
I
tattoo?
have,
Oh, that's
Oh, that's
Nice.
so cool.
and then I also have the rebellion symbol. So.
I love that. Beautiful.
Oh, we're off guns. Okay.
All right.
Let's
Well, oh, wait a
go.
minute. Wait a minute.
All right. I
I'm,
can't
this,
leave.
it's
I
on my
want
left
to
hand, so like my muscles
No,
are that
now
big.
she's just showing biceps.
okay.
No tattoos.
I
You
like
can
the
go.
bicep. All right. Thank you for having
Bye,
me.
Paulina. Bye, Jeff's better
Bye,
half.
Paulina.
Great
I
seeing
love you.
you.
You're the best.
Bye.
I just wanted to give
Awkwardly stand.
Do we want to tell the story based on Jeff's name on the stream here?
Yes.
Dude.
Why don't we get into this?
What's that in
Can we
reference to? Oh, wait,
please?
I know what that is.
Because Jeff and Maddie Gunner are the ones that reminded me Sunday night about this, and
Yeah.
once
Okay.
you guys
So
said it,
real
clicked
quick.
right in my mind.
Once again, just want to plug the Streamlabs again. Any donations that we get will be going towards helping our friend Shug. We know that he's going through a very tough time, and anything that we can do to help, we want to do because we love him. So
I still don't know how to point in StreamYards. It's
and
hard
then-
shit.
and then-
I've been doing this for like 9 months, and I still can't figure it. Like that's all I.
And if we meet an unspecified goal that we'll never say, we will also try to help Gold Leader figure out how to open a door.
I know. Hold on. I'm gonna go try that again. But also, while you tell the story, I do have a clip to bring on, so I'm gonna go
Yes.
find
Why
that.
don't you figure out how to do that?
I'm gonna get
and
that.
also open a door. You are an adult male. You're an adult man who is married.
Yes.
Go open a door.
Yes, Gold Leader's wife is amazing. She is
Her
absolutely
name is
amazing.
Michaela. Put respect.
And
She
Gold
may be
Leader's
the only
25
reason
and
that you're
married.
still
It baffles
living.
me.
And if Gold Leader's mom is not nominated for Heel of the Year, it's a
I
crime.
actually left
That's
that on a
right.
comment.
Your
on the
mom is the.
post, and Gold
No.
Leader was like, no.
I love your mom, and I don't even know her, Evan Gold
She's
Leader,
a
but
supervillain.
I love her so much.
She's the devil.
All right.
If only all of our parents were so supportive. As
All
Gold
right.
Leader.
Speaking of the devil,
I'm
speaking
gonna
of the
I'm gonna
devil-
try. I'm gonna break my door down. I'll be back.
Yeah.
But I'll have a clip when I come back.
All right, we'll come back with a clip. In the
Don't
meantime-
come back. It's okay.
In
all
the
right.
meantime, have any of you ever seen the wacky waving arm flailing inflatable tomb men? Have you?
In real life or
Of
the Family
course.
Guy?
In real life, like have you seen them? You know, like
They're always at
flopping
car
around and shit?
dealerships, of course.
Imagine two of them drunk at a bar trying to dry hump. 'Cause
I
that's
think it
what
might have been
happened
worse
at
than
parties.
that because there was like ass out.
Oh my! Are we talking about that?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
There's a clip of Chris. There's a clip of Chris.
I wish
standing
I took a
behind
video.
him. Dude, he's standing behind him going like this, drinking, and he's just
I gotta get it. I gotta get it from Jessica. Hold on. Let me.
Oh my god, dude, I almost had a heart attack.
From like
almost had a
you
heart
were
attack.
inside doing that. That's right.
He was behind him. He was outside him.
This sweet innocent Chris to see such filth.
Oh, here we go. Dude, I almost had a heart attack that night. I was laughing so hard.
Look, when Chris told me how old he was, I was in shock. I'm like, "You're old enough to drink, sir?" Like I was like,
and he's tall. I didn't realize Chris was
Chris, I was completely wrong on Chris's height. You were far taller than I would have been.
I kept seeing Chris and
That's what I said.
Like with all the entrances, I kept seeing them like on the screen. So I would like, oh my god, I just saw you on the stream. Although it was not coherent in my text, but
I couldn't even get it. The service was awful in that building.
But it was. You probably couldn't have read it either because there was probably so many fucking typos. It's fine.
So, anyways. I just wanted to bring this story here. And I sent a photo to Buck or two if he could upload them while I'm talking.
I'm doing that right now.
Okay, so all right, so at Barney's Beanery.
Wait, you have a picture of this? I don't know if you can show these pictures.
So
are there children watching?
Yeah, I really don't know if you can show these pictures, bro.
No, there are no children. Only people under 5 foot, right?
I know Jesse's in the chat, so
5'2" asshole. I make that requirement. I can ride the roller coaster.
I was running down. And so I'm sitting there because I had kind of like set up this little corner because it's California where certain things are legal, and my Airbnb was 5 doors down from a very nice dispensary. So I made sure to indulge a lot in that. And that night, I set up that corner as like the spot in the smoking area. And I guess at some point, we all noticed there was this couple who just, they couldn't keep their hands off each other.
They were in love.
They were in love.
They were in love.
Deeply in love.
They wanted to show everyone they were in love.
He wanted to be in something, and that was her pants because his hands were always in there. And he would put his hands far down in them, and you would just see the whole ass. Which, by the way,
he wanted all of us to see how much he loved her by showing us her ass.
The thing is,
that was flat as a board.
It was an ass.
That's unfortunate.
It was about this flat, just like completely like that. Like as I think the best way that I've described is you know those things like the blocks that have all like the needle things in them, so you can put your hand in to imprint your hand, and then you fix. If you put her ass up against it, it would just they wouldn't move. They'd just stay.
No needles moving.
No. No needles
and here's the deal. That's all I'll say about that. I think it was funny, but also that counts as body shaming. I don't want to end up going down that rabbit hole.
So here's a tease of a picture.
Yes. So that's the couple. That's the happy couple.
Well, they were older than I thought. I only saw their backside. I never saw their faces. I only saw
we were
their
drunk. That's why they looked on it. We were drunk.
How many people there were staring at them?
Everyone was watching them.
Community. The whole Schmoedown community was watching them.
So
I was just glad they weren't with us because I literally asked everyone. I was like, please don't tell me they're with us. Please don't tell me they're with us because that was about all of us.
Yeah,
they were not with any of us.
They were locals. They were locals. Thank God.
Yeah.
But now I say this only because this is how I recall it. I had 10 Appletinis that night at the bar, so I
heavy on the teeny or
heavy on the teeny, and I had barely anything to eat that day, so which was a mistake. But I just remember, and people have told me things too. I kept yelling at them. And they weren't responding. I would occasionally yell like, "Stop it! Don't do that! Please stop! Get
right,
water."
Jeff, I'm gonna let you finish, but
exactly. Enjoy the time before.
Thank you to Jessica for sending us that clip. Thank you very much.
Oh my god!
Taking that video. I told y'all.
If only you guys could see that other side of that image.
And I walked out there, and Jeff was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "Stop, Jeff. Wait. Let it happen."
That's Chris. That's an Oscar-worthy performance.
I forgot I did the thumbs up.
Supporting actor.
great content, guys.
Play it again. Play it again. Play it again.
No.
Play it again.
Play it again.
Exactly. Enjoy your time before.
God, he just.
Oh my God.
He just wanted to make.
Yo, so that
wait, Buck, is the other clip in there?
that no, don't do that one. That one's too long. That one's too long.
But
shout out to that couple who has no idea they're Schmoedown famous now.
They are Schmoedown famous for sure.
They're definitely winning. They're definitely.
Oh man!
Oh, they are comeback of the year.
Oh,
yeah. So we're
wink, wink. They are comeback of the year.
We're yelling all
100%.
sorts of shit at them. At one point, Kaiser comes through the door, and we're like, Kaiser, look at that. And he turns around and he looks at them and he goes, and he turns around and he goes, that's Trump's America.
Yo,
Jeff, do you remember us trying to get Adam and Marisol to look?
Yes,
and they did.
Yes. So I know Maddie brought that up there. They were like, I think it was Matt was telling Maddie or something like, "Hey, yo, go tell Adam that I got to talk to him, right? That I need him to talk to me because Adam's on the other side of that glass there in that clip, like you could see from the inside. Adam's there, and so Maddie goes in there and says, "Hey, Adam, Matt's got to talk to you," and points towards the window, and Adam immediately turns around with these two mouth fucking right in front of him and just. Have you ever seen a bug-eyed Adam Collins surprised before?
that happened not too long after that video was shot. Because I went back inside and Matt was like, "Hey, yo, Adam, turn around." I'm like, "No."
I feel like I wish I was at Spectacular just for that couple right there, just to like.
If I had to rank, if I had to rank the matches from that day, it was like like Star Wars, Dangles,
that couple,
their tongues, like tongue v tongue.
His hand.
You had front row seats.
High five in it.
You had the elite ticket to that.
Yeah, we all did, and then we all started laughing at it.
Afterwards.
I saw Jeff saw the entire thing.
Got to meet. Hold on. We got to meet Jessica this weekend. Taylor Cleek's lovely girlfriend.
Becky the Wreck Radis. Jessica.
Amazing. She was awesome. That she kept me and Chris in line from getting into trouble after.
I kept yelling at this woman various things. Like his hand would go, I would be like, "Where's your hand?" And then it would come out, and I'd be like, "There it is." Or at some point, his hand would go back down, her whole ass would come out, and I'd be like, "Nope, don't like that. Stop it." And then I'd yell at her more, and then finally she turns around and she starts trying to speak, but she's so drunk, she's just like saying half syllables of things, and I'm like, "You're really close, man. You almost got words out. Try again." And then I said, "What is it?" I said, "Get some water," and she whips around and goes, "Get a job."
Nice.
I'm like,
boom, roasted.
Get a belt to keep your pants up.
And then
how does it feel to be like get a fatality from the girl?
Legitimately, like yelling across, like in Spanish, like she was going to like She was like threatening me in Spanish, apparently. And I was very confused. And I'm like, I'm not trying to do anything. I think you should just enjoy yourself, just not here. And
people definitely got people like the waitresses and stuff. I'm like, "Yo, can you guys do something about this? Like, this is absurd."
Like, I had to go outside because I wanted to get more drinks, and they were right there. And I was told it was at I was told 3 different people, including Saul, but I only remember Jada right there. And I'm like, I got to get past them to the door. But like they're right there, and Jader's like, "Don't worry, man, I got you." And he was my bodyguard walking me into the bar.
William Harold needs a. Did you see this comment from William Harold?
So the next day,
we'll make merch
back to Barney's to watch some football games.
I wish I could have made it. I was incoherent that next day.
Yeah.
Till the next time.
Thomas was there for a bit, but by the time I got outside, I think he had left.
That was it. That was it.
And it was so I get there with and Gucci and Kaiser are there. So we all know how this is gonna go. So it's God, what is it? It was like 3:30 by that time in the afternoon.
Earlier by that, I think, but yeah.
And so the waitress comes up, and someone had told Gucci the story. Gucci explains the story to the waitress. She does not believe him. She's like, "There's no way. There's no way."
He had like a front row seat. He was explaining it in explicit detail to us.
Of course he was. He was probably watching the entire time, like taking notes. So
he's seen shit like
he'd
that.
Like recount a detail. He'd be like, "Oh, I saw."
Yeah, like he explained it in
probably
the
been to his
Gucci
mansion.
language that only Gucci can do.
Tom wasn't even there, which is so funny.
Like,
no, Gucci was there. Gucci was there.
He saw it. He said he didn't see it.
I don't know if he saw it, but he was there at the bar.
But he didn't see it. What I mean by he wasn't there, I mean to say he didn't actually see it happen, but he was able to tell it so perfectly because everyone was talking.
But I want to know is how did Kaiser make it to the next day? I mean, Thomas, you saw Kaiser at Denny's.
Pancakes.
Homeboy was gone.
It's that Italian dressing.
Denny's revived him.
He said that
Denny's is magic.
Yeah,
he
that was
said
like a med pack.
Tom called him, and he was like, "If Tom hadn't called me, I probably would have slept till like 4 in the afternoon."
That's what he told me in the smoking area when I got there.
Dude, he sat next to me and Chris, and all of a sudden Kaiser just goes, "My Uber's on its way. I'm out of here," and just left. And we're like, Thomas, me and Chris left Saul there, right? We left Saul there.
I did not know that.
Hold on. Wait.
I don't blame you.
Wait. We got to rewind. We'll get to that point because that involves me more. Even though I wasn't there, we'll get to it. But I want to hear. So what was it? So who was it? Kaiser or someone else pulled up the video from the phone?
Yeah. So actually, Rob Fishbeck, who
that was it.
is a supporter of the World Girls, had some photos and videos.
Like this one.
And Tom's like that one. Juice isn't holding a camera, by the way. He's
by the way, everyone is standing there posing for a photograph, right? I'm sitting there, and I've had.
I probably was 100% posing.
Smoke, and I'm standing, and I'm sitting there, and for whatever reason, I feel more cognizant than everyone else around me, including some people that are just sober standing next to me. I'm like, that's not a phone he's holding. He's holding a wallet. He's pretending to take photos of people with a wallet, and people are posing.
I 100% thought that was my disposable camera.
Or something right there.
I thought that was my disposable camera. Not gonna lie.
It looked like a camera. It was a wallet.
Yeah, it was.
Oh man.
Saturday was a long day for everyone, I guess, for that couple as well. So
I will say the most
at Gucci's. That guy didn't. Apparently, he didn't sleep for like 24 hours. I'd be like, "Yo, did you go to sleep yet?" Like I'm like going into work, like trying to like go about my day, and Paul's just like, "What up?" I'm like, "Why aren't you fucking sleeping? Like, what are you doing with your life right now, bro?"
The highlight of the weekend to me was PLD's Ed Harris shirt.
Don't say that. Shh. Kick him out. We don't talk about that Harris shirt.
It was.
Is this my time to say I didn't realize that was an Ed Harris shirt until someone told me later that night?
Would you think it was a bunch of cats on it?
I'm like, what the fuck is PLD wearing? I'm like, he can do whatever he wants.
Wear that Ed Harris shirt every day.
I think he had a crew neck on, or he had like a quarter zip on over it when I saw him.
When I saw him wearing that on Saturday when I got to Spectacular, I'm like, why? Why? He's like, well, I had to. And I'm like, that was the first thing you packed. He's like, yep, it was the first thing I packed.
It
was the first thing he ironed. It was the first thing he hung up. It was the first thing he made sure was pressed and ready to go, especially for that day.
And then we had a Ed Harris question in the.
I was just gonna say that, and
I'm like,
and
in the Roca Merle match, we got one.
Okay, no, my favorite question in that match is the "I am number 4" question.
That was awesome. I did like that question.
I like the movie release dates. I'm like, thank you, PJ. Thank you for putting that in the Roca match.
My favorite was "Don't tell mom what year did don't tell mom the babysitter's dead." Because I'm like, that movie is the shit. Christina Applegate killed it in that movie. If you haven't seen it, you need to go see it because that movie, superb.
Okay, I know we want to talk about all the funny stuff that happened at Spectacular and everything, but I'm going to get this off my chest right now. I am going to say I'm right again. Okay, the damn Star Wars match should have been the second match prior to Marisol's match. Okay, because
I should have. Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, no, I was very. Did you get in?
Get in?
I'm
Fuck no,
vertical
he didn't.
now.
He's still on his phone.
I didn't get in.
Dude, his cats are in there just like laughing at him because they locked the door.
No.
Did you believe in Evan for a moment?
I did.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
This little face.
Yeah, no, but Shug, that should have been the second to last match right before.
It should have been. It should have been teams. It should have been teams. Roca, the IG match. Like, looking back at it now, the IG match, Star Wars, Marisol, because the IG match and the Star Wars match would have had everybody so hyped. Then that Marisol match had everybody hyped simply because she won. And then Smets coming out, everyone would have lost it. I think and I'm not trying to shit on Roca, but that Roca match, it killed the vibe. It killed the vibe.
It absolutely did.
I'm not gonna lie, that was one of my favorite matches of the evening, just because it was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. It was
like
old
the
school
questions,
Schmoedown.
obviously the questions were more like gettable. They were definitely like lower tier
Especially
level. I
Roca's
think it was a good
five-pointer, a
time.
very
They should
gettable
have started the
five-pointer.
night off with that. I think they should have started the night off with that one.
Well, they couldn't do that because Griffey's going to play two times. That's why
No,
I
exactly,
knew James was
yeah.
going to go first.
Yeah.
I will say from a not they didn't know how the IG match was going to turn out, but having the match be as back and forth as it was and turn out the way it was set up the singles match perfectly. Was Roca right before singles or was Roca right before
Roca
IG?
was right before
Roca was
singles.
right before, he was fourth.
Okay. Yeah, so if I could change anything, I would have kept us second, had Roca right after us, and had the IG match right before singles. That's how I would have stacked the cards.
I would have been okay with that. But your
Roca
match,
before the intermission
the
would've made
IG, your match, the IG match, and the singles match were the highlights of what happened that night. And then for Smets to come out, I just think, or the IG match, I would have been fine with the IG match. I just think your match was so good that, and then the IG match happened and it was really good. But then Roca's match just brought it. It didn't bring it down, but it lost some of the luster.
This is
so
now.
Which,
Hey,
I
speaking of
know,
luster-
but
speaking of
Huh?
luster, because
Okay.
talking about that match kind of like makes me tired. Something that was very important. It was requested of me multiple times when I saw this individual in and Maddie, we'll get to the Apple TVs. But it was requested of me multiple times that night in LA. Especially when I said goodbye to this individual. He said he had something that he wanted to show us here
my
on
God.
the stream. Which one do you want me to pull up first, Evan?
Okay, so the first one that I sent you, the first link is context.
Context. Let me make
Everyone,
sure I got
One,
I
two
assume
punch.
Some of us have probably seen the first video before, but I found the second video.
Oh, I've seen that first video.
And it the second
right.
one fucking destroyed me. It might not do that for you guys, but just know that
Okay.
like
We're about to
5
find
a.m.,
out, baby.
like,
So I'm
I've
going
worked
to.
all
You
night.
talking about?
You be showing you? I hope you being shown.
No.
Not that one.
Not that one, but we
I
can
had
play
been
that
working
again.
for like 24 hours straight when I saw this video, so it might not hit as hard, but I'm hoping it does.
Yeah.
But the
So,
first
all
video,
right.
play that one for context.
I'm gonna play this one for context. Now
Yeah.
he just sent it in a YouTube link, so just gonna pull up the actual YouTube video here and then share. So let me just do full screen.
This is an iconic video, but this is just the context so that you understand what's going on.
All right, ready?
They bugging, bro. Wow, bro. She made fucking bands. What the fuck?
That's context.
All right,
Context.
that's the
This
context.
next one that I found, it killed me. It actually, I
God.
was hysterical.
Oh no!
For
I don't
like
know
an
if I
hour.
can handle this.
That's so
Um,
stupid. That was
this
so
one-
stupid.
Yeah, I showed Chris this one at the bar.
Have you?
Yeah, I did. We were both pretty drunk, so I don't know if you remember.
The
I
beans?
love how Chris remembers nothing.
Beans.
We all were. Let's be honest.
This
All
next
right,
one
ready?
is kind of like a challenge of all of it. It's that.
Oh, I
person,
remember the
like,
beans thing now.
This is,
Yeah. All right, ready?
This is everything. This is the one.
Come on.
I love YouTube videos of TikToks.
Honey. You may got the honey, but I got the Sugar.
You may got those, but I got the
Croissant. Beans. Bro, she might have made beans, but you forgot about the macaroni and cheese. What the fuck? Bring me a diet.
Oh my
Honey.
You may got the honey, but I got
Oh my god. All right, I gotta exit this. Come on.
Oh god. Oh,
All right.
Evan.
Well, I think what we got to do is we got to clip out just the cheddar cheese with that weird sound at the end. I think that's
that and the Mitsubishi Materials one.
Yeah,
I
that
want
one's epic.
whenever my season is discussed, my rookie season, I want you to Mitsubishi Materials. That's how it's the best encapsulation of it.
That was so fucking
I
good.
did bring one more thing. This is not a clip, but
Yes.
I would be remiss if I did not share the. I drew another tiny head Evan. I don't know if you guys remember that thing that.
Yeah, we remember.
Twitter. I drew a new one
remember.
at the request of Maxwell and Amber, and it's not the background's not done, but it's
Yeah.
Yo.
not done yet. It's working.
I want
need
that
this.
on a t-shirt.
Yes,
That's
I
what
want
on
that
a
on a t-shirt.
That's fucking
I
incredible.
like it.
Yeah.
Definitely camo green on the face.
I love that.
Yes,
so
it's
much.
definitely camo green on the
I made
face.
It's
sure
no
it's-
green, guys.
You impersonating me is the only way you're ever gonna hold this belt.
I did get to touch the belt. I got to touch the belt.
This is true. I
Let the
left
record
it,
show that-
derelict and Paige also touched the belt.
Yeah, I was
I
like wondering what the
I'm pretty
hell-
sure I also held the belt, and that was probably because Thomas knew I didn't know shit yet still about Schmoedown. So he's like, "Oh, she's cute. Here you go. This is fun."
Let the record show
Paige almost
that
fucking ran off with it.
Yeah, this man left it. He was standing right there, but he had his back turned. So I was like, unattended.
Oh,
What?
Paul.
Kate caught me. But
what a great
Oh.
callback, PLD. No, the damn. First of all, Thomas didn't even let me touch the belt because he said I wasn't worthy. And secondly, Evan, that photo is fucking amazing.
Thank you.
That's a
I
wrap.
think
I
my
love it.
favorite part of Thomas letting me hold the belt is that we made Christian take a photo of us.
That's true.
It was
True.
it
He
was
volunteered.
Epic. He did
volunteered.
because we stood there because I
Nice
was
one.
very surprised that you even put the belt on. I literally just
job.
walked up to him and I was like,
This guy
hey.
knows what he's doing. All right.
Oh,
I was like, "Oh, that's a belt in the wild
This
at my
fucking
first
guy.
Schmoedown event." And then Thomas was like, "Yeah, here you go." And then it's on my shoulder, and I just go, "What do I do now?" He was like, "We take a picture," and I'm like, "Okay." And then like Christian was right there, and I was like, "Here you go, sir." Like, just,
Thomas,
you know,
Jeez.
it was
Thomas,
great.
have you been messing with the advent calendar? Have you gotten that this year?
No, I fucked up and didn't buy it early. So
This is the ship I was telling you about. I could have sworn this was supposed to be like a shitty N1.
nice.
It's not because it's actually what's his
That's a
name?
mess. That's a mess of a model.
Beans.
What's his name? Riot Mar.
Riot Mar.
It's his
Yeah.
ship.
Beans.
Gold Evan is ready for a Mandalorian to be added.
But this
to the
okay,
Schmoedown.
but this was beautiful. Look at this shit. Look at this shit.
That's
this is
solid. I like that.
That is dope.
The good old
The razor grip.
crest,
You gotta
folks.
smash it apart to be screen accurate.
I know, yeah, that's true.
Beans.
Dude.
Here, I want to be quiet for a second because this is something. So, I don't want to like wade into this argument because I feel like I get defensive very quick over my season or whatever. But I'm genuinely curious, except for you, Evan, because you're fucking biased
Yeah.
for your own faction mate.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know where your vote lies, but how do folks honestly see? So, like, people had predictions of how I would do, how Griffey would do coming in. There's going to be much to say about the awards and voting and stuff going into January. I'm genuinely curious to hear thoughts about rookie of the year, player of the year, that sort of thing. At the end of the day, I achieved what I wanted to achieve. I'm not going to be like put out by a vote one way or the other on a fucking award, but I'm very curious to hear people's positions.
He's fishing for us to talk shit about him, guys.
No, hold on. I want to go. No. I want to go first on. I want to go first on this because
I'll go first real quick. Sorry, I'm interrupting you, Shug.
God damn
I'll let you finish, but
Boston Badass 2021 made sure
Totally
it happened.
neutral as
Did
well.
I mentioned I beat Ben Bateman. Just throwing that out there. Real
I don't
quick
know,
for
Paige.
all
You didn't give me a
lovely
button.
people out there.
Paige, you
Just
didn't give me a
throwing that
button
out
that's
there.
spectacular, so I don't know about that.
I will say this, Thomas. I did write a post after watching the Schmoedown match, and I did get caught up in your match and everything like that. You are rookie of the year. I don't see how anyone can make the other argument. They want to talk about, well, Griffey had so many wins. He didn't win a belt. He had an opportunity to win 2 belts. He didn't win. Sorry to tell you, that's just bottom.
Here's what I'll say.
Hold up, gold leader. Damn it, Evan. God damn you. No wonder Thomas doesn't like you.
It's all right.
Star Wars Play of the Year, and Thomas, you know I love you. You know I'm wearing the Den shit. I have to say Andrew because to me his wins over Alex, it's almost like strength of schedule. Those are 2 big wins for me. Kind of out like your win against Gold Leader, obviously your win against Nikki are really high up there. Those to me just outweigh them. And I'm not trying to say your
No, I did not. I didn't mean to put anybody on the spot here.
No. It's I don't have a problem saying it. I'll say it to your face. I see you. You're tall. Yeah, I'm gonna take them knees out.
I have no problem saying that Nikki and I deserve. Sorry, boys, but it's ladies' night.
Fair enough.
Sure, but I will say that to me, Andrews, and everyone gave me shit because I said Andrews should be comeback player of the year, whatever. I won't argue that, but those 2 wins over Alex just are like strength of schedule wins. Now, what I will say about your rookie when everyone's talking about Griffey, he made a mistake on the biggest stage, and we all watched it. You had an opportunity to make that mistake when you didn't check. If you didn't check down, if you would have guessed wrong, and Nikki gets that question, you might lose that match. You could have still tied. She could have tied it or won it had you not, taken a repeat, whatever. Because you checked out, you repeated, then you checked down, and then you answered it. We watched Griffey live answer a question without thinking about it. Should have took his time, and I really think that swayed the whole momentum of that match. And so, if you want to talk about, well, belts don't mean anything, who plays who? Okay, let's go to gameplay. You've played excellent all year. You have played like a Schmoedown veteran, yet you are not one. And I know people say, well, he's not a rookie. He's played in Dragon Con, all this stuff, things like that. Sure. But he's never played Schmoedown, and you picked it up very quickly. Whether that's because of the den, whether that's because of people that helped you, you picked it up very quickly, and you played like a veteran, and you had opportunities against Ace, against Adam Witt, where you could have lost because you didn't know how to play the game, and you did just that. You knew how to play the game, and we could see it in Griffey, where because he didn't know how to play the game, it cost him a title. I won't say Shazam. Really, I think Shazam is just a great team. That match against Marisol was absolutely in a chance to be there for him to win, and he made that mistake, and I think that just messed him up. Where you could have done the same thing against Nikki, Ace, Adam Witt, Gold Leader. There was opportunity for that to happen, and you played like a vet. So I think whatever you want to give the award for, if you want to say it's gameplay, if you want to say it's character work, if you want to say it's your winning percentage, if you want to say it's about the belt, you've done all of it. There's no argument where you could say, well, Thomas really didn't do that. You literally done all of it this year. So that's why I say you're rookie of the year. So that's just my argument.
Okay, so right now in the
through that whole argument, through that whole discussion, we talking about Evan or Thomas?
Look, Evan didn't come down to the
gameplay. I know who you're talking about.
No.
Oh man.
Evan was a spelling error, not a gameplay error.
It was the thing is, I fucked up really bad in the Nikki match, and it sucks that never would have happened if I put a fucking K instead of a Z that one time.
Your fucking letters, Evan, man.
Crazy.
You get an S. It's
Crazy.
an S.
The course of my life. changed because.
But the moment I will say, the moment you and I talked after, and you kind of talked me through your mindset there,
Right.
I had the same moment in that check down to multiple choice where I know the fucking scene. You're asking me about sand people rummaging through his sand. I know that's a scene in the movie. I've seen it hundreds of times.
Right.
If you were to project my brain onto the screen on stage, it would just be a white void. I was like, I can't see anything. Like in this moment, I don't know. So we'll play it safe. I've got a point to play with, and we'll see if I get it wrong. I get it wrong, and we'll try to make up for it in the speed round. But yeah, I don't know.
I will say I'm fine with you not knowing that off the bat. That's not I think the problem. I think the fatal flaw that could have been really dangerous is the fact that you went to multiple choice on a small numbers question.
Yeah.
Because you know they're going to be shitty about the
1, 2, 3, 4. I was like, motherfucker, PJ, I'm going to find you.
I thought that's the only question I knew in that entire match. I was like, oh my god.
Oh my god. The only question I've known in a Star Wars match in general was like, I don't even know how many matches ago it was, but it was something Yoda said. And I remember my husband was cooking dinner as I was sitting on the couch and the question came out and I yelled it so loud that I startled him. And he was like, why are you yelling? I'm like, because I know a fucking Star Wars question and I've not known one ever in my entire life. That's all that I got. And then we were all done.
I will say the Rookie of the Year conversation is, I honestly could go either way. I mean, I'm going to, at the end of the day, support my boys. But let me say this about Griffin Newman. I think if you count the teams, he basically went 10-0. And that I don't think has ever been done. So I think that's worth noting. That's pretty insane.
No, you're absolutely right, Evan. But the Patriots went 15-0, undefeated in the season. They got to the Super Bowl and lost.
Yeah.
We don't remember that.
Right.
I love what Griffey did this year.
Why are you bringing that up?
But who is making
Sorry.
the movie?
Paige, be mad at Shook from now on, not me.
Who gets the movie made about
I might have to be.
That's called Moneyball. It's the Oakland A's who don't win the series, but they get the 21-win streak.
No, that's a movie about Billy Bean, you fucking idiot.
That's a fucking incredible movie.
The difference, I think the difference in my mind.
So you're saying that there's going to be a movie about fucking Tom Dagnito, and if that's the case.
Yes. Let me say this. It ended up being our fatal,
No, I muted him.
Let me just say this, because this ended up being our shooting ourselves in the foot kind of thing. We were so hyped up at the beginning of the year. We're like, we're doing the Moneyball thing. We drafted nobodies, and we made a great team. And then we lost at the end, just like in Moneyball. And we're like, oh, I didn't expect that to happen.
I mean, I feel like I have to say something just because of how much of a Griffin Newman fan I was. Because to be completely honest, I did not know Schmoedown, right? For, the longest time. I've only been here for, 6 months. So when my husband, who was the casual watcher and is now very much regretting introducing me to it, I'm sure, he was like, hey, horrible decision on his part. Or maybe the best thing, because I get to leave him alone now. So, either way it works. But he was the one who had told me that Griffin Newman was going to be playing. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I got to watch now. I had to, just because I knew him from everything else that so I knew Griffin Newman. I didn't know movie trivia Schmoedown, right? Now, with all that being said, my boy done fucked up at Spectacular, and I got to eat crow for my boy done fucking up at Spectacular, which it is what it is, which is also why you say the same thing, 10-0, yes, but then you go back into Shook's thing and we talk about a little bit of a strength of season kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And you really start seeing him struggling already with Bibbs, and he struggles with Barbarian until Barbarian, has his really, really bad fast money round. So,
you mean the greatest fast money round of all time?
Listen, exactly. I didn't come here to be slandered. I'm gonna watch my team.
But
I love Craig. Last time he was in the chat, he said that he permanently ended fast money. So it's funny. It was great.
But I think with that being said, I have to, eat my words on how much I thought he was gonna run with everything. And I have been proven wrong multiple times with everything. And more than anything, Paige deserves her credit where credit's due for coming in and beating my friend and my boy, Ben Bateman, which was horrible and awful to watch, but it was still a badass move for someone who called it out, you know, like, hey man, again, I'm a big believer in manifesting shit. That's why I do my gratitude journaling. That's why I send my handwritten gratitude letters.
That's why I need one of these now.
Absolutely. I will send you a letter, Paige. I promise you. I will.
I'm gonna slide in those DMs real quick and
girls, you can slide in my DMs any day. I love it.
Take it offline, ladies.
Sorry, let's just end this real quick so we can just slide into each other's DMs.
Exactly. See you guys. Deuces.
I'm gonna jump in here real quick. Thomas, I've talked to you at length, I believe, about this whole Rookie of the Year thing in our messages. However, I have this pin, Rookie of the Year, vote for Rick.
I don't know what I say to that.
So someone could give me that shit. And you know what I
by the way, Shug signed with a smiley face in pink Sharpie. And the problem is,
one
Thomas,
of a kind.
I want to vote for you. However, the advertisements do say that I'm now legally obligated to vote for Rick Radis.
I would hate for you to breach a contract. You know, as a lawyer, that would greatly pain me. Awesome. I'll say two things to this whole argument. One is that unlike Player of the Year, I don't think it's coincidental to me that you know, there's discussion between me and probably Drew for Star Wars Player of the Year. I feel like there's no discussion between Griffey Nooms and, say, Marisol for Player of the Year. Like, nobody is attempting, like, very few people, I should say, are attempting to make that argument for good and for very similar reasons. She's won the belt, she's defended the belt, and she's undefeated in singles, right? Nobody's trying to, nobody's significant or trying to defend or make the case for Griffey as Singles Player of the Year. It's just ironic to me that the same argument is not holding water for Rookie of the Year. The difference being that you can only be a rookie once, right? You only get one rookie campaign. That's it. So next year, whether I lose or win Star Wars Player of the Year, you know, that's something that's in contention again next year. There's only one rookie campaign. And I find it very ironic that the loudest chorus before Spectacular was that Griffey Newman, almost the universal prediction, was that he would exit Spectacular with at least one belt. There was almost no one that thought he would go 0 for 2. Maybe Shug, you're in the extreme minority.
I said it.
But I would say, you know, a solid percentage, if not the majority of people, were predicting him to go out of Spectacular double belted. And whether single or double belted, I was the first to say, look, if he does that, if he accomplishes that, then you know, what am I supposed to do, win or lose?
Right.
You know,
I remember telling Tom very clearly. I said if Griffin is going to win a belt, it's Spectacular. It's not going to be teams. With that, however, we are going to be saying goodbye to our good friend Paige. Paige has to leave us. So, you know,
no one invites me to go out and do things, and I just got invited to go out. So
go do things, Paige.
Go do things.
You lovely people. Besides all you lovely people,
get some cheddar cheese and beans.
Yeah. Paige, send me that address. I'll send you a letter.
I will, girl. No, guys, I love you all. Dude,
Likewise,
congrats to both of these players on the screen, though. Right now, Thomas, Evan, incredible season, guys.
You too.
What you guys
You
do,
too.
I was
Great
talking
season
to
for you
Nikki
too.
the other night about this. What you guys do in Star Wars is uncomparable to what any of us else
We're
do.
heroes.
So,
Please.
you guys
I've
are.
seen 1% of the movies you have. And by 1%, I mean 12 movies, and those are all in Star Wars.
Well, I've seen all the movies you guys have studied, and I can't even like fathom any of. I have 2 fucking Star Wars tattoos, guys. And you guys put me to shame. So I love you guys, everyone at Schmoe Reel, and all of you guys. I love you all. You guys are all great. Boston Badass will be back, guys. Don't forget me. I love you all. Mwah. Let's just do a hangout next week just for the shits and giggles. That's all I'm saying.
If we're free, absolutely. Fucking do it.
I love you guys. Thank
Later,
you so much for
boom.
having me on.
Be good.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by, Paige.
Bye.
Paige got like extra Boston. She's like the Star Wars the Star, and I was like,
I've
goes to
all
11
of those Star Wars, and I can't even tell you.
I was like, damn, girl, are you going nuts?
Directed.
Hear me
It
out
goes
here.
to 11.
Hear me out here. Evan Bush Card, singles player of the year.
There's an argument.
Oh, so here, let me.
I mean, when you can't win a tournament, I mean, what
Here,
else? Are you
ask
supposed
me
to
a
do?
singles question, Shug. Ask me a singles division question. Let's go.
I'm willing to bet that Goal Leader will beat Shug by at least technical knockout in a singles match. I bet he would.
Oh, he'd kill me. He'd kill me unless it's Top Gun or I'm dead.
In regards to Rookie of the Year, I have to vote right now. I'd vote for Thomas. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. Thomas, you not only beaten some of the best in your division, the hardest division in the show.
Wait, was it muted or was that just me?
No. So when I play the clip, it mutes everyone.
Did you clip it into multiple pieces or just that one piece?
So I mean, I'm working on it. I'm gonna do each individual one. It may
Can you
You see what you've done, Evan?
Can you label the videos by what they're talking?
That's what I'm doing. So
Mitsubishi materials.
Look what you've unleashed.
I'm gonna choke on my snack if you guys keep doing this shit.
Oh my god, that clip's fucking goated. But before I was rudely interrupted, honey, Thomas, you did something that I thought was impossible in a division, and you not only did you go undefeated, but you won the belt, defended it, and beat some of the best in it. And even your first match, you narrowly beat Adam Witt because Adam decided he was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna come in a wreck shop, and then you kept that same energy for the rest of the year. Like you played at a top tier level the entire time. I mean, granted, so did Griffey Nooms, but to me, winning the belt and defending it, especially against an incredibly valiant effort by Nikki DiMolanta, you got my vote. Griffey Nooms, I see if he wins, I see why people voted for him. I totally understand. Yeah. But where's his
wins,
belt?
Then just get rid of these because it doesn't matter.
Where's his belt?
Two things that I've seen. One, belts matter until they don't, because all those folks that were saying that Griffey would be single or double belted suddenly are saying that regular season wins and those stacking that outweighs belts. And
I never finished what I was gonna say too. I agree. Rookie of the year for you for sure, Harper.
I did not tee up that question to be.
No, but I realized that I was getting into trying to become friends with Paige after she called me out and came and brought receipts for shit I said. Yeah. So I was like, I gotta fix this.
The Rookie of the Year conversation is going to be exchange heavy. And I mean, for obvious reasons, because the team was majority rookies. But folks like
Faction of the Year, baby.
Folks like Amaru, who I think is incredibly forgotten in this conversation. Amaru. Jesus Christ. Who else? Thomas Harper. There are folks who
every time I take a bite of something, you guys are trying to kill me.
The Nutella one is
creamy peanut butter.
Nutella.
No, Thomas, you fucking crushed it, dude.
Real quick,
and I'll say this:
and Star Wars Player of the Year should low key also be Thomas Harper.
Yeah, this guy for Rookie of the Year.
Oh, yo, what the hell?
Shout out to Patrick Gibson, who the moment that this image was shared said, "Send it to me. I have something terrible going on in my brain."
Oh my!
That is amazing.
How would you describe that as terrible?
Listen, you just stole the Thomas Harper NFTs.
Awesome croissant.
Oh Jesus! But I'll say this, Thomas. I'll say this: that's the one frustrating thing about the Schmoedown community that I have is we tend to forget things right when it happened. I remember when Shazam won the belts and everything. Everyone's like, they're the greatest team ever. Then King Arthur wins, and it's like, no, they're even though they were 0-3 at Spectacular, but they freaking won 12 matches in a row. They haven't really, and then all of a sudden everyone's just forgetting about them.
His phone died.
Yeah.
And with you, it's like people are like, because I was having an argument with the guy, not an argument, but a conversation with the guy, and he was like, "Well, Thomas only played rookies." I'm like, "Yeah, but look at those rookies compared to what Griffin played."
Not true.
Well, no, but I'm saying look at the rookies and the people like if you want to break it down. Okay, let's break it down. Adam Witt beats anybody the way he played against.
He beat anybody else that day. If he played,
beats anybody else.
If you here, I'll
blow somebody out.
I'll put the camo on right now, and I'll put the major hat on. If you think that watching my performances against people like Nikki, against Andrew, who beat the very best, the former very best in the division, if you watch those performances and you don't think I would have replicated those performances and beat the ass of those same players, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you're smoking, what you're on, but I would have replicated those performances. You stack me up against Damon. You stack me up against Laura Kelly tonight, and I will do it. Evan,
I feel like you're calling someone out.
Oh shit!
There we go.
But two things I want to say this. One is this talk about like eking out close wins in Star Wars. It is fair to compliment the performance of folks that play exceptionally well, but to look at a match against somebody like Nikki and to say that I eked out a win, I went perfect. I didn't miss a question in that round. Like, what more could I have done? Not checked down, won the entire speed round. Okay. I still would have had to have answered my 5, something that Griffey Nooms did not push Marisol to. What more do you want of me? I feel like Gladiator in the movie, like, are you not entertained? Right? Evan pitches the performance of the season, misses by 1 letter on a question in round 1, pitches a perfect speed round, and like exiting round 1, you got to go perfect. That's not easy. It's not easy to look in the face of a 1-point lead and be like, well, guess I can't miss a question from here.
The only match in Spectacular to go perfect. Like, the only question missed was she missed the bonus question, which
4 of my 6 wins this year have been perfect accuracy. Like, I don't know what more you want. Nobody has ever achieved that.
It's not easy.
In the Schmoedown.
It's not easy being green.
It's not. But not only that, it's who you play. Look who you played though. And that's the thing. You played Ace Cabrera, who beats anybody that day. Adam Witt. We ain't never seen Adam Witt play like that. And anybody else he beats.
Fuck
Adam Witt for playing that well that day. I wanted like to walk out in like round 2.
And murder.
But Adam Witt had to come out with a career performance and like
look at your 4 wins. Look at your 4 wins, Thomas, against Evan, Nikki, Adam Witt, Ace Cabrera. They damn near all go perfect. Nikki going perfect, only missing the bonus. I don't know if we consider that a miss because it's a bonus question, whatever.
It's a miss.
Everybody,
I fucking guess it's a miss.
Yeah, those are matches where unless you play perfect, you're supposed to lose those matches.
You lose.
Right.
And what was the narrative coming into this live match? Harper is too slow. He's playing on his whiteboard, and Evan lived this out in the 5-rounder. Like speed, like obviously that speed round is different, but like the narrative all season has been fuck Adam Witt. I love Adam Witt, fan favorite. But Harper's too slow. The speed round, like, sure, he performed okay in Fast Money, but Nikki's going to get him in the buzzer. After that tournament, people were rightfully talking about how fast Nikki was off the beat in the Fast Money against Evan. What did I do? I'm telling you, I was within a millisecond of going 4-1 in that speed round. She's lucky she got that Kef beer question to round out and make it 3-2. Otherwise, I would have bodied her. No offense to Nikki, but I would have bodied her in that speed round. And I challenge anybody, like, if you think I'm slow, come on. If you think that was just the appetizer to what I'm capable of in the speed round. But nobody's talking about that now. People are like, there's a squeaky win. He squeaked by. Like, no, I took all those expectations and I feel like I met them. At this point, what am I supposed to do?
No, exactly, and I think
Thomas, the season's overdue. You don't gotta cut any more promos until at least February, dude.
But you know what though? But you know what though,
come back
Chris?
at some point.
You know what? You know what though, Chris? I'm
What's
gonna tell you right now. I talked to two people, obviously, and I'll name drop one of them, Ace Cabrera. Ace Cabrera told me at that bar. He goes, I asked him, I said, so are you gonna come back to IG or Star? He goes, no. He goes, I'm done with IG. I'm going to Star. I'm staying in Star Wars. He goes, I want the damn belt. He goes, after watching that match, I want to win. Now you got Nikki. If you don't watch Beyond the Schmoedown, she's lit up, and then Andrew, who had to sit there and watch that match,
Thomas
who possibly has a number one
everyone
contender
off.
match, possibly has to play Gold Leader. It's like, no, I want the belt, and then you got Gold Leader. So you got 4 people
the off season.
Yeah, like the Star Wars. That's why I'm so upset if we don't get as much Star Wars, because you have legitimately 7 to 8 people. We didn't get to see Hoey play again, who was amazing. Lacey didn't get to play. Ross.
Lacey got one match, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lacey got one match.
Yeah.
Ross, come on, don't forget about Ross now. Okay, you still got Adam Witt. You have Ace Cabrera, who we forgot about. Laura Kelly, who we all of a sudden we forgot about. Dude, the Star Wars. This is why I said Star Wars is the best division. I love singles. It's the cream of the crop. But Star Wars right now has some of the best storylines going in the next year.
And I feel like Laura Kelly almost had promo of the year with that Joker makeup.
It was amazing.
Until fucking Nikki came in with that goddamn Ahsoka and that lightsaber. Like,
yeah, but that promo though at Spectacular, when she popped up, that place went berserk.
You know who edited that promo?
Yo,
that's
Evan.
what I heard. That's what I heard, Evan.
That was Kim. If anyone knows Kim at Skybound, she fucking killed it. She added B-roll and shit for me because I was very behind. I was editing that shit until the Uber got here to take me to the airport.
You edited a bunch of them, or you did a bunch of the promos too, right?
I did just those two.
Evan, did you cry while you did that promo? Like, this should have been me.
Star Wars one.
The Star Wars one. You're like, this should have been me.
Yeah, I
should be editing my own promo.
Hey, I wouldn't have been surprised if he edited himself in there.
He did. Go Leader was in that promo.
Was he?
The thing with is
I have the next one, but I'll wait till Thomas is back.
No.
Oh, the good one. Who the fuck is playing Justin Timberlake's Mirrors at a bar?
That was me.
What the fuck,
Who
dude?
doesn't play
Your
Justin
feelings and
Timberlake's
shit?
Mirrors at a bar?
Hey, Cal, you got to remember what Matt is. Remember the other side of him, okay?
Oh, shit, you're right.
Wait,
So does Evan know about Buck getting canceled on this show?
Oh, Gold Leader might have been on that show. I don't
No,
know.
he wasn't on that. He might have been, actually. No, it was too early. But Gold Leader wouldn't have been on here because I think at that time people from that group weren't appearing here. But
I
did
wonder
anyone
why.
here get an NFT this weekend like I did last weekend? I won an NFT from Brett and Kate in the form of a physical piece, a physical item. Very funny.
Now that
I love
Thomas
the
is
oxymoron.
back,
It's my intro now. Get rid of the David B.
I
song.
hate and I love it. I hate
Get
and I
rid of
fucking
the
love it.
David B song.
Can
fantastic.
I give Gold Leader his flowers for a second? Because
No.
we're talking about folks. I'm sorry, Thomas, but we're talking about folks who are like who came like this damn close to achieving like that level of success. And Gold Leader, not only like were people shitting on him, he just showed up, did a promo, and people were like, "Who the fuck does this guy think he is?" And then he comes out
I'm
here
still saying that.
and Thomas, at this point, it's only you, dude. And like and like my man has to have his own mental fuck up with the one letter. And yeah, we meme it to death and shit. But Gold Leader, talk about people that can beat anybody else on any given day. Fuck, he's gotten close twice. His only 2 losses on the year were to people who played at motherfucking Spectacular. Like, I don't know what the fuck else like people need to consider in regards to who is the best, not only in Star Wars but in the rookie category. But goal leader, my man took 2 L's. Yeah, great. Who the fuck competed at Spectacular? The 2 people he fucking lost to, and he was damn close to beating the both of them.
Chris is right. Chris is right. Evan, much like Griffin Newman, was so close to sealing the deal and couldn't do it, and that's why Thomas is Rookie of the Year.
I'm writing a book right now. It's called "You're Fucking Out,
like,
I'm Fucking In."
It sounded
like Kenny Powers. Like Kenny Powers.
No, I don't, that name doesn't ring a bell. I'm sorry.
Hey,
damn, Jeff lost the goddamn reference for it. There you go.
No, that's exactly what it was.
But I have to go appear on another show.
Yeah, he's got to go on Gucci verse and hang out with Gucci and everything.
I'm going on.
Is
Gucci.
it
Is
back?
Gucci gonna be there?
I don't know.
Yeah,
They
I
said
don't know.
they said I saw on a chat.
Thomas, doesn't that sound like D. Bradley Baker?
He probably could do that.
He probably could. He always plays this weird shit.
That's me as Rex.
Well, wait, what was that? Not command. What was the first thing for that question? The bonus question?
Master and Commander.
Master and Commander. Yeah.
No, it was Marshall.
Marshall.
You fucking asshole.
Thomas, I didn't tell you this. Early in the year, I'm gonna go because I have to sign up. Early in the year, I literally asked Gucci. I said, because I learned what rank Cody was, and I was like, oh, that's an incredible way to challenge. I was like, if this question comes up and I say Clone Marshal Commander, the other person says Clone Commander, I'm gonna challenge that shit and take that point.
It ain't right.
Like,
it ain't right. It ain't right.
It's great. I'm glad that question came up, and it's crazy that this division is like anytime you think of a question and you're like, they're never gonna ask that, but that's my dream scenario. They fucking ask it.
Yeah, they asked it. We were on the same stage. I was fucking further away from them in terms of the audio. The audio was shitty for both of us, but I heard what they fucking asked, and it is what it is. So that ain't chalked up to a challenge. That's chalked up to, I will say my match with Andrew turned on a very Schmoedown difference, right? People, and I appreciate that. Quite frankly, he made a mistake, didn't check down when he should have and needed to, and it handed me a 4-point swing. That Clone Marshal question, that was a Dragon Con style question. So I appreciate that there's balance in those 2 style questions, because quite frankly, the narrative out of it isn't, hey, if I just heard the question right, I would have known the answer. That hasn't been the narrative at all. Like, that was just a gap in knowledge, just the same as I missed that Y-wing question against Andrew, just a gap in knowledge. And sometimes that happens. It's they're cutting so deep in these things. You can't fill all the gaps in the armor. And that was one of them. We tied it up, and ultimately that question was irrelevant because it's the speed round that decided that one. So it's exactly as folks had predicted.
Right, the movie trivia Schmoedown featuring books and the internet websites like Wikipedia and
it's
shit.
The movie trivia.
It's made monsters of us all. Let me say that.
The movie trivia side is what has slipped up your boy Alex. Just got to point that out because it's the movie questions.
Sure.
Like,
all right, before Thomas loses, I just want to say this.
Before Spectacular, 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, wait, is Thomas? Oh, yeah, Thomas is about to leave too. But no, I actually have that out right now. But
Evan,
I love you, Evan. Thank you.
The amazing clips.
Thanks for ruining my Friday night.
You're welcome. Anytime.
But before Spectacular, I had Thomas and Griffey this.
I didn't know if I was staying for that.
Later, boom.
Adios.
I was like, as of Saturday night, I will have made my choice because for me, it was if Griffin got at least 1 belt and Thomas had 1 belt, I think it was close. It's not even a discussion in my.
You're right. It's Jacob Whitnaben. It's by far and away.
This is true.
No, it's Rick Radis.
It's.
Did you take a button too, Matt?
It's the 2 guys from Barstool that Roxy drafted.
Match of the year is the 13-14.
Wow. But Thomas, as a rookie, came into the hardest division in the Schmoedown. The most difficult questions, the most difficult division to really study because it's everything. Like, you have no idea how little how big of a detail that you may get a question on. He goes undefeated, wins a tournament, beats the guy that took down the almost undefeatable. Like if you would have asked us in January, who's going to be holding the belt for Star Wars Spectacular? Everyone's like Damon because he just doesn't lose. Andrew took him down, and then Thomas took him down. He's undefeated in the hardest division in the Schmoedown as a rookie. I just hope that the general fan is smart enough to see that he is the one. I mean, he's a rookie holding a belt. Like
it bothers me. It bothers me on a level to call the folks voting or going in my favor recency bias, because I'm like,
it's bullshit.
I pitched a complete game. What more do you want of me? I got drafted unknown. I'm 0-0.
And you got drafted first to the den, right?
Right. Yeah. And so you come in.
Third overall.
You come in with that pressure to perform and deliver, which was on very few players, and I play the entire season, and I do exactly what was expected of me, and potentially more. Like I don't know if that's not good enough for. Yeah.
How dumb is that take, by the way? I've seen people say that take. Oh, yeah, we didn't know who Griffin Newman was, and he went so well. And then Thomas Harper, everyone hyped him, and he did what was expected of him. Great. You know what was expected of him? Undefeated in championships. What the fuck else are you supposed to say to that?
Right.
Like,
and how much better can you do when you're at like 100% accuracy or like damn near close to it? Like what more can
if you remove the two in the ace match, there were 2 questions that were non-canon. So I missed 3 in that match, 2 of which should not have been in that match. Those questions. I've missed a grand total of 4 questions on the entire year in 6 matches.
How fucking?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
What is wrong? Do you suck?
Well, people want to say he's not Star Wars Player of the Year.
I did say that. I don't give a shit. I'll tell him to his face. I said it.
What gets lost in all this is that these conversations, and what I want folks that watch this now or later to understand is that when you argue in favor of any player, I don't care if it's me or you pick your award, you are not arguing against another person. You are not like reducing or denigrating what they've done for the season. So if you say like Thomas over Andrew for Star Wars Player of the Year, it's not a knock or it's not a slight on what Andrew has accomplished this season, any more than saying that Marisol is Singles Player of the Year, and that's not saying that Griffey sucks and didn't accomplish anything. That's not the argument. But a lot of people see it that way because they're invested with certain players. They're fans. They carry certain allegiances and loyalties and whatnot. And my only wish for people is that if you can see it in that way, perhaps you can see some of the objective arguments that go into this, because it's real easy to say if my player's on top, if the guy or the woman that I root for is on top, all of these arguments are applicable and that supports my vote. But the moment that some of those don't, I don't care about those anymore. So belts is a great example. Belts are the measure of a champion or the measure of a GOAT in the movie Trivia Schmoedown until they're not, until that contradicts the argument that I want to make. Then they're not important. Then it's just total volume of wins.
Exactly.
I kind of want to piggyback off of that because I feel like I've called out a lot of this shit with it that's been driving me nuts. And I'll say it. When people are going after the accomplishments of other players in order to strengthen their or going against what other play people talking about Robert Parker in that whole match with Kalinowski and denigrating the accomplishments that he made in order to build up whoever they're trying to push for or whatever. It's bullshit, and it's not cool, because at the end of the day, and I'll say it to everyone's face, and I'll say it to you, I've said it to you, Harper, you owe us nothing. Like, you're taking your time to come and hang out with us, and I appreciate it. And you're doing you're working so
I'll
goddamn
invoice
hard.
all of you for this,
especially all the clips that I play that cut you off all the time. You could just, you know what? Fuck this guy. He gave it like he didn't believe in me at the start.
You're playing Mitsubishi.
Thomas,
But at the end of the day, I appreciate everything that you all do, and I appreciate the space that I've been able to come into with it. But I also know that I do this for fun and I love this. But the moment it becomes toxic, I can also walk away and say I'm all done. And at the end of the day, when you're gonna make these arguments, like you were saying, for these awards, make the argument based off of the performance, not because you want to put down someone else or talk shit about someone else to try to, but like that's bush league shit, right? Like that's what we said. It just don't do it, especially when you know we all know how much work every single person has put into this. Like it just blows my mind, and it's that toxicity, that toxic fandom that I can't idly sit by and not call out.
Yeah. And I like that none of this is to say that I'm owed anything. And people are going to vote, like each of your votes is your own, as is mine. And people can base that on whatever criteria is important to them. And it's not for any of us to call them out for that sort of stuff. What I call out is sort of the hypocrisy where you're like, these criteria matter to me, but until they don't. And, you know, what I sit here, I'm very proud of the fact that, like, right now, as we sit here, and this will change as next season starts, but in my rookie campaign, I'm second to only Damon in total wins. Nobody is tied with me. I am second. I'm tied with Damon in terms of win streak in the Star Wars division. I'm the only rookie to have ever won and defended this belt. I've got the highest accuracy in the entire movie trivia Schmoedown. You pick your division. I'm higher than anybody there. I've got a higher PPE than anybody in the Schmoedown. I've got more perfect games in their rookie campaign. I don't know about total career, but more perfect games than anybody in their rookie campaign. If those things aren't enough for you, then that's fine. Then vote for the player that you want to. But I'd like to think that I've made a resounding case for whatever award you want to that I'm up for. Maybe not face of the year or heel of the year. Those are for other
that
folks.
Goes to Evan's mom. That goes to Evan's mom.
She has won that. She's won that hand down. But I think when we talk about metrics that Schmoedown players are judged by, those are the things. And I say that not out of like hubris, but because nobody else, like in this is my advice to anybody. Nobody else is going to advocate for you like you, right? Don't rely on anybody else to advocate for yourself. And like as meaningless as these Schmoedown awards ultimately are in the grand scheme of life, like they're important to me. I've poured countless hours, like more than I care to admit, into this game. And I'm very proud. And I would say this, even if I had lost to Nikki in a close match, I am very, very proud of the season that I put out. And you know, I'd like to think that for fans, to include myself, I've put out a product out there that people were happy to watch. And so it does matter to me on a number of levels. But at the end of the day, like I'm not going to call anybody out for voting a particular way, nor am I going to call out a fellow player for making the same argument for themselves that I am. Certainly Nikki and Andrew made it on their show, and I completely respect the points that they laid out. And I think, you know, I said earlier in the season, I don't know if it was with you, Shug, but I made an impassioned argument that at that point in the season, I thought that Drew deserved Star Wars Player of the Year. And I absolutely think that, quite frankly, the closer of the two races should be Star Wars Player of the Year, not Rookie of the Year. You know, only one of those two races involves players that held a belt. And that's not a knock on Griffey Nooms and his incredible season in his runs. That's just me as a fan and how I stack things. So that's my 2 cents. You know, at the end of the day, I'm happy to have played, whether I win a single award or I walk out of of the awards show and empty-handed is irrelevant to me because this is here until sometime next season. We'll see.
Course.
Maybe in the next season. We'll see.
Once again, Thomas, it's the off season. Everything you say doesn't have to be a promo.
Look. Nerd Chronic will be back, and if the Schmoedown is stuck with Evan cutting promos,
I didn't want to insult him. He did a good job. I didn't want to say it in his face.
That's fair.
I didn't want to say it in his face, Evan. You did a great job mimicking Eric, but making sure it was just a little bit worse. You did a great job.
Damn, I thought the Star Wars promo was like pretty moving.
No, yeah, the Star Wars promo. Star Wars promo was
great job.
fire.
I'm joking, obviously, of course. Peppering with truth in there, but no, it's not just because you're on here constantly, because it's not like you have a family or whatever instead of being here. But it's not the personal relationship. I genuinely believe you to be the rookie of the year, hands down, for me. And overall, it's so close between you and Andrew for me for Star Wars of the year. And it's a lot of things that you've laid out, as well as things that I've laid out myself, that I've also said to you offline here, that I believe that you're Star Wars player of the year. The only thing higher than my opinion of you as a player was me Saturday night at Barney's. And by the way, I'm going to change the logo here in the corner here to something a little better.
Oh God,
there it is.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Yeah, but Harper, it's been an honor to get to know you this year. Finally, get to meet you at Spectacular. And then hang out with you at the bar and have that.
I'm
crazy
so
night.
sorry for kidnapping you, Thomas. But
it was. It was so funny because how we started the year and then how you started just hanging out with us to like how it culminated. Like, man, I appreciate you. We all appreciate you. Thank you for the time and effort you put in, because I know you count the hours in.
Thanks.
And just thank you for being a good dude, man. Like, I know you're doing the character work now, but you're just an awesome dude. Good dude.
He likes Spoon from the Reel so much, he decided to cosplay as us at Spectacular. I no.
God damn it, Chris.
Thomas, no, seriously.
God damn it, Chris.
I'm a go now.
You're just trying to be like, yo, I want to be one of Buck's brown friends.
I'm very
fair.
No, seriously. I second everything Suge is saying, Thomas, and even though I did kidnap you, and to the point where I think Jessica said in the chat earlier, you had no idea where you were going.
I'm literally pulling it up right now. It's just everything froze for me for a second.
Yeah,
come on.
Thomas had no idea where we were taking him, and because I think I was getting in the Uber, and then someone's like, "Get Thomas." I'm like, "Thomas, get the fuck in the car," and he's like, "Okay." No, fucking Thomas, you're fucking rad, dude, and thank you for tolerating my bullshit.
Yeah, I wish I could hang out with you more,
Harper telling me the color of his face while I had 3 Appletinis in front of me at the bar.
and I appreciate like Thomas, like, and I'm joking, y'all, if y'all don't know in the chat, like the whole stuff, like looking like us and the blackface stuff, like it's a meme. It's a meme. We're memeing. Chance Ellison's actually the one that put that out there in the ether.
No. It's a joke. Just
it's a meme.
Every single clip is now in there, so we can just play them just whenever.
I love it. I love
the
it
cheddar
so
cheese with the sound after is incredible. I'm so thankful for so many things here. Harper, however, I know that we've kind of kept you a little longer. And it's been like a love fest here at the very end. We know we're going to be talking to you real soon. So
I love you, Thomas.
You're the best, Thomas.
Thomas, you'll be on Monday, right? Thomas, you'll be on Monday.
Monday, I don't know. You tell me.
We'll hit you up. We'll hit you up.
Yeah, you give me the link.
Okay.
Oh, I'll be out on Monday because that's my new channel, guys.
It's the show where Thomas officially takes over for me on Spin from the Reel. I'm gonna hand the baton over.
Give me this. Send me this Evan drawing. I'm not gonna be on camera, but I'll put that.
I'll message it to you right now, Harper.
All right, y'all.
Harper, thank you so much. You're amazing.
Thank you.
No, I want to say before I go, the belt or no belt, wins or no wins, had I gone winless, the absolute best part of this entire season, I've said this publicly and privately to people, the community that is around this league, the support that I've gotten, and I'm confident fully that I would have gotten this whether I completely sucked or still had the belt right now. That's been the highlight. That's been what's kept me in it. And it's about the shared love of movies, the shared love of fucking answering questions about movies. The highlight to me of Spectacular wasn't standing on stage or answering questions. It was like Denny's at 3:30 a.m. with a group of people that like 12 months ago I didn't know. And I think that's something really special and something that is beyond what Christian and Mark ever sort of probably envisioned in all of this. But it's something that I'm very thankful for. And like, I was out in LA, I was up in New York, Allison, without my family, without my wife. And, I'm fortunate to have folks to be there for me that I can look forward to hanging out and sharing this experience with in the absence of that. So I want to thank all of you, not you, Buck, because you fucked up and picked against me.
Wait, Thomas, before you go, I just have to ask you, did you tell your wife, like, yeah, so I ended up at a Denny's with these guys today?
I did. Yeah. I said that Saul was with me because she knows Saul, but
she's like, wait, what?
She's like, he was like, Shug was there, Chris was there.
Yeah, she's like, Shug.
This is the beauty of modern technology. I have location sharing on, so she knew exactly which Denny's that I was at consuming. So
did you get that message going, why are you at a Denny's at 4 o'clock in the morning?
My wife doesn't question that. She knows why I'm at the Denny's, but who I'm at the Denny's with is something that's a detail I have to fill in. So, but no, that was a highlight of the trip. And honestly, and I think a lot of players would echo this. It's meaningless without people there to talk to and to share the experience with. So otherwise we're just up there answering like ridiculous, stupid questions. So that's what you guys are what have kept me in this the entire season and through all the ups and downs. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Thomas.
We
appreciate you.
We love you, man.
We'll see if you're there for. We'll see if you're there. It's fun when you're 6-0. We'll see if you're there for me when I'm 6-1.
Well, then my prediction will be right. Maybe I was 1 year off. Maybe he'll lose his.
I told you he's a sack of shit.
That Thomas Harper's a phony. He
Go my ass. He didn't know shit about Star Wars.
I'm very excited to see who Thomas is going to play for his next defense.
We shall see.
There's a lot of
have a good one, Thomas.
I'll see you
later, brother.
Lined up there. Like, could it be Bushkar? Could it be Andrew?
I think the first. I think it's the first Star Wars match is going to be Dimalanta Gold Leader. Winner plays Nikki. And what makes sense is Andrew was talking about it at Spectacular. If Andrew beats Gold Leader and the first pay-per-view is in Orlando, they headline it. Yeah. Dimalanta versus Dimalanta in Orlando.
Allison's like, I am fucking there.
We're all coming to stay in at Allison's house.
I was
Allison, the Deacons, Maxwell and Amber.
I was just thinking like with how many live shows there may be next year, COVID stuff was notwithstanding. I think that if they're not including ones that are like within reach, such as if it's anywhere in like Pennsylvania area or like within a short drive or a train ride here in like the Northeast, New York or Boston or whatever, the main ones I would fly out to go to would be if there's a Chicago show, if there's a Florida show, and the Free for All in April. Like those are the main ones to me.
What about the rumored Ohio?
If there's a Florida show,
Ohio is definitely down the list in terms of priority.
All I say is if there's a Florida show, as long as you don't have me next to the waters where the Gators can see my fat ass, I'm going. That's what I'm scared.
Don't go stand near the fucking standing water. Like, here's the thing, Shug. Gators are everywhere in Florida. They're in the sewers. They're in retention ponds. You just leave them alone. You don't fuck with them. They don't fuck with you. And once their mouths are closed, especially if their mouths are open, that's when they're going to attack. Because once their mouths are closed, they can't do shit because the pressure
Can I kick it?
on the. I wouldn't because its mouth is going to open again. But once its mouth closes on something, that's because it puts a bunch of pressure
Corey,
on with
if
the
this
jaw.
is announced, once this is officially the card, like who's on the card, I'm thinking
Corey.
My big
I'm
thing
not good
is
at this one.
the amount of money to spend
sleeping on your couch,
the
Corey.
year, having just closed on a house and all the money that goes into like fixing that stuff up, to like also need to be tactful. It's like I would love to try and go to the Dallas one because I've never been to Texas other than earlier this year sitting in an airport. So like I would love to like maybe check that out, but like it's in terms of like what I want to prioritize.
Sorry, Amber. No, that would be the worst.
Amber,
there's a show.
Should we take Shug to Gatorland?
No,
and then he can hold the baby gators.
That noise. Fuck that. I think especially hanging out with Chris and Matt over the weekend and Jess and Taylor. But Chris made my weekend every freaking night. He absolutely, like, the first night Adam motherfucking Collins happened. I died laughing.
Oh my god,
he was such a good sport about it.
Collins.
Dude,
he was such a good sport about it too.
Friday night,
Gatorland, Shug, we're going.
Oh god, Friday night was crazy because my stomach started hurting, and we went to Nerd Chronics, and I'm like, oh.
Unfortunately, Amber, can't do anything.
Yeah, Amber hurt herself, but I was like, oh, my stomach's hurting, and then we ended up at a freaking karaoke with John Roca, and Cal wanted to kill me that night. Cal wanted to murder me.
I left early. I meant to go to that.
Oh my god, Jeff! Cal wanted to kill me.
Dude, oh my god. So here I'll tell it. Here. So I'm gonna start dropping names, y'all. I hope y'all ready for this. So it's me, Shug, Brandon, Craig, or the Barbarian, Nancy, Sister Chronic. Who else is there? Taylor, Jess, and
the guy
David,
from the FCL.
Survivor.
Yeah.
So we're all there. Brandon and I get there late because
so you're gonna love this.
We're hanging out, chilling, drinking margaritas, and we're trying to wait for karaoke, but the line was too long. But we're still waiting and waiting and waiting. Roca shows up, and it's like, oh my god, like it's John Roca, And regardless of how folks feel about John Roca, I still thought it was a pretty big deal, And I'm like, that's nuts. I introduced myself, and he sat right next to me. We're all chatting it up and shit. And King Kong was there. Let's talk about MVPs. The real MVP was King Kong.
Love King Kong.
So Roca started doing speed round with Khan there at the damn karaoke bar.
Yeah.
But
after Khan was practicing at Drew's party right before that,
the entire night,
fucking locked in.
Which let the record show, I played King Khan in speed round. I got 1 out of them, so I beat him to the buzzer 1 out of 5 times, and I'm proud of it. But
good for you, Chris. Proud of you.
I was so happy about it. But we're all sitting there, and we're about to leave. Like, by us, I mean like the people who were staying together. So Misha, Jess, Buck, and Taylor. And I'm like, this is probably the only time I'm going to be able to see John Roca and talk to him this whole weekend. So let me say my piece from one Latino to another and tell him how much that, like, him and his character took how and where it took the Schmoedown, right? I said probably the sweetest thing I said all weekend to John Roca. And I'm sitting there, I'm thanking John. It was this whole thing. I get up, about to walk out the damn bar. And Shug says out loud, "Didn't you pick Merle to beat John?" And I turn around, and John Roca looks me right in the fucking eyes, like beady-eyed. He's like, "Did you?" And my heart sank. It felt like everything I just said was a fucking lie. Like I felt like I just lied. Like I just lied to John. I'm like, oh my god. I shook his hand one more
If y'all
time.
have ever seen Blairs in the Hood, this is when it popped up on the screen. Nigga.
I was like tense. I got super anxious. I'm like, holy shit! Like I just embarrassed myself. Oh my god! Or no, Shug just embarrassed me in front of John.
I'm glad Shug did that to me in our group chat.
And and mind you, Shug did the same thing to Brandon, but in our Facebook
in the group
chat.
Yeah. And I
Not
should have
in
did it to
public.
Chris. I should have did it to Chris. But what happened was I was gonna do it, and then all of a sudden, David, I go, watch what I'm gonna do. And he's like, do it. He didn't know what I was gonna do, and then I did it.
David had a grudge
Chris wanted
against me all
So
weekend.
then what?
Chris wanted to
what
drop
else
kick me.
happened? Like, was Roka like? Then did he turn into a dick? Like I.
So
would
the
assume he
next
would?
day, well, before that, like we're leaving, all of us are getting into the Uber, and Suge looks at me, and I'm like, don't
Don't talk to me.
I didn't talk to Suge for the rest of that night. I'm like, don't talk to me.
He went into his room, closed his door, and I didn't see him until the morning.
I'm like, don't talk to
and
me. I didn't talk to Suge
That's
until
the time I loved him, and then he said, "Okay." He goes, "I fucking hate you." I was like, "I'm sorry."
I was so pissed. I was so fucking angry. So the next day, I see John at the expo, and I'm walking around, and it's getting busy. It's later in the expo because I was hanging around with Rick Radis because we're mending those fences and me shitting on them all year, and I'm walking, and I see Matt. I see him. I see Matt walking behind me. So I turn around and wait for him. Because I'm like, oh, I was gonna say something to Matt. And I guess I stop where Merle's line ended because Dan Merle and John Roca had their tables next to each other. It looks like I'm standing in the Merle line, and Roca, what's up, Rick Radish? Roca says, "Oh, you're in his line first? I remember that." And I'm like, oh my God. Like, what the fuck?
No.
Like, again. I'm like, we're doing this again. And I wait for Matt, and Matt wants to talk to John, so I wait with him. And he was cool. Roku was cool. I'm like, he probably fucking hates my guts right now. And
well, he's gonna go on to his Outlaw Nation and talk shit about some kid who hyped him up for being
I
Latino
gassed
in the
him
Schmoedown, and then all of a sudden I
wasn't
find
even
out
drunk either.
Never on
I was
Outlaw
just-
Nation talk shit on anyone. I know.
pretty much.
I was so like, I'm like, you know what? Like, out of I had a pleasant interaction with literally everybody I talked to that weekend. And the one person that probably doesn't like me is John Roca, and it's one hell of a one. I mean,
Plenty
so
of other
I finally know what it feels like to be.
You lost
I
to
finally know what
Roca,
it feels
but
like
you
to
gained a
be quiz show.
Paulina.
That too.
Exactly.
So like, fuck me, and it all started because of Suge.
Don't
I still
ever
love
say
you,
fuck
Chris.
me from the way that you tried to just like grope onto me at the bar at Residuals just because you couldn't stand straight.
Dude, I wasn't. Don't make it sound like that. Like I was such a mess at Residuals, and people were like, "Oh, Chris, like you were this, you were that." Like I didn't do anything crazy. I didn't say anything too crazy.
No, you didn't say anything crazy. You were just the most positive.
I was the loudest person.
You
in
were
the bar.
the happiest person.
I have to say, Chris, I don't think I would have cried on that FaceTime from Kelly if you hadn't been so like genuinely excited to see me. Like, I think that was the energy that you were probably giving off to everybody. Is there's nothing disingenuous about your happiness to be around this community. And I'm so grateful to know you. I'm so happy that I can call you a friend and that we hit it off because of a taco stand stream. And then we end up talking about fucking Scooby-Doo for an hour and a half.
Yeah, we did.
I got you to watch the goddamn Rocketeer, which makes me so happy.
On the plane, and I loved it.
But it's great. But I think
PJ's favorite.
Yeah.
It's a goodie.
One of my favorites too.
And your genuine excitement that I was on that phone call to then run around and show everybody that I was on that phone call was probably one of the most meaningful things that's happened to me. Being a part of this whole community, talking to all, I'm going to cry again.
I can't, and
I was about to say I sense the crying.
And just so I don't cry about it, I appreciate you, Allison. I appreciate your kind words, because a lot of folks were like that. They were telling me that shit over the weekend, like, "Oh, Chris, you're this and that." I'm like, stop. I don't like people gas me up. I don't like it.
Oh, I love it. Words of affirmation. Tell me all the things you like about me. Who's next?
There were. I had one bad. I shouldn't say it was bad. I embarrassed myself in front of Sabrina Ramirez at least 3 times over the course of the weekend. And like every day, every time I saw her, I somehow embarrassed myself. And it got worse over the course of the weekend. It was very embarrassing.
I'm never gonna out you for your Sabrina Ramirez stuff because I got some funny stories involving that.
So you're not gonna out me, but you say you have stories. So I the first time when I met her, because Jessica introduced us, And I'm like, holy shit! I didn't know it was. I'm like, oh, I wasn't gonna go up to you, and because I'm like, what? Why would I? Who the fuck am I? I'm just a guy, and on a show, and like she knew who I was. I'm like, how? How the fuck do you know who I am? I'm a fucking dweeb, and I somehow embarrassed myself. I'm not gonna say what it was, but I somehow embarrassed myself. At least I thought I did, and it was that, and it happened again. I think Saturday and Sunday. But besides that, everything else is fantastic.
Well,
Shout out to Patrick
you're
Gibson
no,
in
no.
the chat.
Well, Cal. Let's not forget when we got to Barney's and we're chilling with James White, talking and everything.
Yeah,
and
shout out to James
and
White.
Then, and
dude.
then a certain competitor walks by.
Oh my god, with Janine.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Did you fangirl?
No.
So this is what happens. We're sitting there enjoying our carne asada fries at Barney's, which
Shout
was
out
fucking incredible, by the way.
Yeah.
And shout out to James White for hanging out with us. Patrick Gibson, Chris telling me I had to say goodbye to him if I left her. Damn right. So Janine like walks in. This is before everyone gets there, before it gets crazy. And Shug, who I'm sitting across at the table, he's like, "Oh, look, Chris, it's your favorite Schmoedown competitor, Janine the Machine." And I'm sitting there like, why? Why?
He has fries in his mouth.
I'm eating, and I'm like, oh my god.
I'm never going anywhere with Shug. Never.
And
all I'm learning right now.
To let the record show, he did it twice to me in 24 hours. And so Janine comes up to us. I have fucking food in my mouth, and I'm like, oh my god. All right, hi. I talked to you for a second, and she's like, this nigga's weird, and she walks away, and I'm like, what the fuck, Shug? Again? And in front of James? Sweet James the Gator White? Like,
I wish I introduced myself to James. I was literally staying next to him a bunch at the Mint. I had passed by him several times, and he was just one of the people that I just never ended up saying hello to.
He's a cool cat.
And it felt weird that I just ended up not doing that. Like, it was a couple people. I wanted to, like, the same thing happened though, where it's like an awkward situation when it's like someone you love that you want to introduce yourself to. The only time I got close to be able to introduce myself to Smets was when we were both in the bathroom at the Mint, and I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking say hello to you for the first time in the bathroom.
There was a
my first Schmoedown event, I was pissing, and it was Mark Ellis and Mark Riley on both sides of me, and I was like, "Hey, what's up, Mark?" And they both said, "Hey, what's going on?"
So who wants to see a clip of Chris vibing hardcore?
Shug, you.
Yes.
Shug, you're absolutely the kind of guy that's just like, yo, I'll say hello to anyone, dick out. It's fine. So I get it.
I don't have many crazy entertaining stories from Spectacular like everyone else because as most people
you're better because of it.
As most people know, I was basically in and out of that bitch because I got in around midnight Friday night.
Like a John Flickinger match. You were in and then you were gone.
But it was very interesting just being able to talk sports with Mark Ellis for a while and finding out he's actually a Baker Mayfield proponent. And learning Makuga is friends with Kevin Stefanski. But also just being able to hang out with Winston for the evening and him bringing me into the green room and being able to talk to people like Roca, Smets, Riley, all those people, because considering I had such limited amount of time, I wouldn't have had the opportunity otherwise, like you guys have.
Right. So. Absolutely. I was very oh shit. There was something I was about to say that I was lucky to do, and I totally forgot what it was. So keep going. If I remember it, then I'll share it. But
that's literally and getting to hang out with Jake Yakoveta and Danny Ramirez Saturday was dope as fuck. Jake
meeting Danny was awesome, and Jake. I know because I only think I ever spoke to Danny. Shout out to C2A. I don't think I ever spoke to Danny. If I did, it was brief. And
talk about someone that is awesome and can also fit in your pocket.
Yes, Danny Ramirez can definitely fit in somebody's pocket.
When I met her on Thursday, I acted like we were best friends. It was I'm like, have we met before?
Danny is one of the nicest, most like wonderful people in this community. And it's just so lovely to get to like meet like the good people, and then you're in person interacting with them, and they're just as good or even better than some people are in just like, you know, on calls and whatnot. Like for instance, like Cal, I'm going to use him as an example there. Every interaction has always been great, but I never expected to get such a wet kiss from him in person.
I'm full of surprises.
I can't wait
Full of
for my
saliva.
forehead kiss.
Oh, I gotta
So
be at
excited.
least 5 drinks in, and then you'll get your forehead.
Nope.
kiss.
I want to pick you up from the airport, and when I help put your bag into the trunk, the first thing you do is just
immediate
grab
forehead
my
kiss.
forehead. Immediate forehead.
Just
kiss.
give him Jose Cuervo, and he's good.
I want a sober forehead kiss that I was promised.
I mean,
Julian, I never promised sober forehead kisses. I just promised forehead kisses.
I will say this. Biggest regret was not getting to hang out with Shug more, because Shug has been like an older brother to me also, but it's just how things worked out, and it sucks.
I woke up in the morning to go pee, and I was drunk as fuck, and Matt comes, he's like, give me a hug. Motherfucker, I'm dead asleep.
Was that Friday night when he first arrived?
No, this is Saturday morning.
Saturday morning.
That's so funny.
And then he got mad that I didn't grab him Burger King.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, you did, because you're like you got Burger King and you didn't offer to grab me any.
Oh, that morning,
I don't think either of you heard this. Paulina finally got to meet Dagnino and also Kaiser in person for the very first time this trip. And here is exact, and both of them are classic, like, Dagnino and Tom interactions that, like, it's them. Paul, as you know, was with Dagnino for like the first day, Tuesday into Wednesday. And so Tom dropped off Paul at our Airbnb. And so Tom's walking around checking it out. We're all talking and whatnot. And then Paulina mentions that, she's like, I need to go to Trader Joe's and like pick up some stuff. And he's like, you can't do that. She's like, what? She's like, you can't do that. You can't go to Trader Joe's. They're all gone. What do you mean they're all gone? We have some. No, they're all gone. They're all gone here. You can't go to one. And she's like, okay, well, I wanted to go and like get like some bottled water. You can't do that. You can't get water. I'm going to go get, no, you can't get water. There's no more water in LA County. It's all gone. There's a drought. And I said, Paulina, stop listening to him. He's lying to you.
And going back to Jeff, you mentioned something where it's like because there's so much going on throughout the whole weekend. There's so many people walking around, all this stuff, and there's some people you're just like, like I know you're here, but I feel intrusive if I went and go talk to you.
Yeah,
that's how it was with Mike Kalinowski.
Same.
I was like, "Ooh, shit, Mike! I'm talking about forehead kisses."
I was in the middle of a conversation. I was in the middle of a conversation with PLD at Residuals, and then Mike went through. He went to the bathroom, and he comes back out, and then Paul, in the middle of my conversation, turns because Mike like taps him on the shoulder there, and I'm like, do I also say hello now? And I just ended up feeling awkward. I walked away. I had like a few chances to say hello after that, but it was like I could have said it and I didn't. But also, just real quick, because very soon I know Chris also needs to step away because he has work very soon.
I have a clip of Chris, by the way.
I work at 2:30.
I just wanted to say this here.
Yeah. Shout out to awesome. Fates Day. They crushed it.
That's awesome.
And Alex Morzoni.
I love these new clips. I love these clips of Chris.
Adelia, shout out to Adelia, who's also talk about surprisingly tall. Adelia
very
LGR.
Tall.
She sent me a video of that exact thing.
Bro, I did not expect Bador to be like 6'2". I was like expecting 5'3".
So anyways, the other thing
she was a professional volleyball player.
So here's what happened. When we got out of the Sean Wingblade's car at the venue Saturday morning, and he was gonna go park the car, Kaiser's walking down the sidewalk right past us. And I said, hold on, Paulina. And I said, hey, Kaiser. And he's like, yo, what's up? And he shakes our hands, and he doesn't acknowledge Paulina at the moment because he's in the middle of making a phone call. And he walks away, and Paulina's like, all right, we'll go line up. No, I want you to meet Kaiser here. And we're standing there, and Kaiser smoking a cigarette, yelling into a phone. I don't fucking care. Just go to fucking McDonald's at 9 in the morning.
Oh, this story.
Yes.
What a perfect
intro to Kaiser.
Which, by the way, great. I was fortunate enough on Wednesday last week to meet Piggy Smalls in person. Piggy Smalls is very sociable. And Piggy Smalls also, I didn't realize how rough Piggy Smalls' coat is. I thought it was going to be softer. No, Piggy Smalls, it's like you touch the hairs and they're like spikes almost.
That's what pigs are.
Yeah, I didn't realize that at all. But Piggy Smalls was like very sociable. And the thing is, though, he's either right there standing next to you or he's in the doorway looking at you in the backyard with a silhouette. So it's just this dark image of a pig staring at you. And it's very creepy.
That's hilarious.
Real quick, you brought up Wingblade. I do got to say one of the best memories I had from this weekend is hanging out with Jesse Swift while we were waiting for Sean to pick us up from the airport.
Mm-hmm.
They're great guys.
Jesse and I, while I was getting dropped off at the Airbnb, were able to rock out to La Vibo M from Rent on.
It's
on
so
the car
funny.
ride,
We
and
were just
fucking
talking. I was just talking to the two of them because I can't remember how the conversation got brought up, but the conversation like what's of musicals or whatever. And Jesse had brought up Rent, and I was like, I fucking love Rent, and I got to hear the story about you guys singing Rent to Sean. And
I'm in the middle of West Side Store. Yeah, I'm in the middle of West Side Store. My phone's just going off, and it's like 3 messages from Wingblade. First one says, "This is your fault." A picture of him watching Rent, and it's in the La Vibo M scene. And he's like, "I hate you."
Shout out to Sean Wingblade, who was my savior multiple times that weekend.
I fucking love Sean. He's been
Sean was great.
With all this shit that went down like the last 24 hours. He and Moose and you guys have all been real fucking gems on top of like so many other people for sure. But goddamn, Sean Wingblade is a real good guy.
Hopefully we'll see him in the proper Schmoedown next year. Hopefully.
I believe he's down. I think he's still in FCL next year at the very least.
And by the way, for those in the chat wondering, yes, Jesse Swift is as hot in person as his personality exudes over the camera. I can confirm.
So nice.
You know who I want to shout out?
I'll let him flick my reel any day.
That's what's up. Damn right.
You know who is really dope? Adam Collins and Marisol.
Yes.
Adam Collins and Marisol.
They're very sweet.
Like, first off, fucking Chris Thursday night, Adam Collins walks in with Marisol, and Chris grabs me, and he's like, "Shug, it's motherfucking Adam Collins," and I'm like, "Yeah." And
let the record show I didn't know Marisol was there yet.
He screams over the fucking bar, "Motherfucking Adam Collins!" And Adam turns.
When he says screams, I fucking scream.
Adam turns and sees us with this huge smile and walks over to us and hugs us both. It was amazing because like it was absolutely amazing. Then Saturday, she wins the belt.
Hey, I love you.
And PJ, if you don't get in here, I'm gonna kick your ass.
What's up, PJ Boo?
No, PJ's amazing. I got to hang out with him a little bit on Saturday, and he was awesome, and Thursday. But
yeah, fuck PJ.
PJ, don't make me drive down to Tucson.
PJ has a link. We shouldn't be yelling at him. If we want to talk,
why are you guys yelling?
How about that? Let's ignore him.
PJ, come hang out.
And Chris and Saturday I saw Marisol and Adam, and they absolutely they're just too amazing, and I'm so happy they're in the Schmoedown. Marisol winning the belt the way she did, celebrating the way she did, and Adam supporting her. And I have a video, I haven't posted it yet, but when Marisol answers the horror question, me and Chris literally say, I'm videotaping, we go, "Fucking Adam Collins."
Wait,
and you hear us say it.
Chris, have you strode off the head yet?
Excuse me?
She did it off like 10 seconds. Okay,
explain
how you got that back to
Home.
Chicago. I need to know.
So for those wondering, how I got this and how I brought it back, I'll say this and then
I go to Chris to get it. I will say that as like, Chris, you better fucking wild out for that shit.
So the pre-show that they did to hype up the crowd, it was Steph and Brad, and they're like, "Oh, we have all these like cardboard cutout heads, OMG!" And I'm like, they're probably gonna give them to random people in the crowd. And then Brad or Steph, one of them's like, "Oh, we're gonna give it to the loudest Schmoedown fan," and I'm like, "Oh fuck!" Like,
and I look right at Chris.
Like, I don't like, oh god, like I'm just talking, you know, like, I don't want to be that guy, but it'd be fun if I got this. So they're like, all right, and Steph's like, all right, guys, make some noise. I'm just like, like screaming,
So loud,
and
like,
immediately, Steph was like, him, whoever that is. And
she looked puzzled as fuck too.
And Brad came up to me. He's like, all right. He's like, hey man, what's your name and where are you from? I'm like, oh, I'm Chris. I'm eating the mic. I'm like, I'm Chris. I'm from Chicago. And he's like, well, here you go, man. And I had to carry this thing around with me all damn day. It's a pain in the ass. And once I got to the airport, I carried it on with me on the plane because I couldn't check it because it would have gotten destroyed or I would have lost it. So I go to security with my backpack and this, and they're like, "Yo," they're like, "That's too big. You can't take that with you." I'm like, and I asked the person at the front, I'm like, "Do I have to check this?" And they said, "No, just take it with you." So I'm like, someone's lying to me, and the guy takes it, the TSA guy, and they're over here like making sure there's like no like drugs in it, and I'm like, okay, whatever, and they're like, all right, dude, like they just hand it to me. And they're like, all right, like fucking good luck. So I'm walking around, me and Christian Harloff, you know, going through LAX, and everyone's looking at me like, what the fuck? And there's this one guy like, is that your ID? I'm like, bitch, I look nothing like him. How does this look? How does this look the same? On what earth? And I get on the plane, right? Like, how the fuck? How? What the fuck? So I get on the plane with it. I slide it on the overhead. It fits perfectly. It was perfect. And I get off the plane, and I was about to get off the plane when I landed in Chicago. I'm like, oh, my head, and I had to run back and get it. I didn't know what overhead bin I put it in. So I got it, and everyone's like, what the fuck? And me and Christian Harloff landed. And my roommate picked me up, and he's like, bro, what the fuck? And I'm like, dude. I'm like, you will not believe what the fuck.
I'm
like,
so jealous of you, dude. Because, like, when they were like, all right, this one's going to be for a Schmoedown couple for Molly and Mark's head. And the whole back of the theater in, like, the back corner was, like, all screaming and pointing at Paulina and I. Paulina's going fucking ham to try to get those there. Like she suddenly got up and is fucking screaming for it. And everyone's screaming, waving, and pointing at us. And like, for whatever reason, then, you know, we committed the cardinal sin of not sitting directly in front of them at the front of the theater. So we didn't get it. But
Shug had the priority seating south of Shug.
Yeah. Dude, I loved every single time like you and Shug popped up on, like I could see you and Shug during like those entrances. I would like hit my husband like, those are my friends. I was like, I know that.
Dude, I have a video when Smets comes in and you just hear Chris yelling in my ear. Yeah. He's like, let's fucking go. And I'm like, Chris, my ear's right there.
Kelly actually was like, so when all that was getting ready to like go down, because she told us it's all good. But when this was all starting to go down, she was like just looking around, and she looked to the back, and she actually made eye contact with Smets before like his intro had gotten started, and like he then ran like back behind the curtain so like no one would see him. But she was like, oh my god, and Maddie Gunner was like, just look forward, just don't say anything, just look forward, just leave it alone, just leave it, just go, it'll be fine, it's fine. She told Jessica, she was just like, oh my god. It was hilarious to hear her.
That place went nuts. I said it earlier. Nikki, when she entered, if you watch the video, I don't even think it gets justice. It's so loud. Marisol, when she entered, loud. But when
Thomas got no love.
Yeah, when he came out, it was there was rumblings, but it wasn't like when
Nikki.
Suge and I were going nuts for Thomas.
For whatever reason, and part of it was because
of Nikki,
the journey of and development of what's it called, the development of Nikki DeMolanta, and just like the love, and because people like Andrew so much, it all just built. So people were cheering because they were mostly cheering for who they were rooting for in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, for sure. But when Smets' music hit, people were confused. And then all of a sudden they realized what was happening. Yeah. And everyone just was like, no way. There's no way this is happening. And then he came out.
and people lost it. Chris fucking lost it in my
I absolutely lost it. Like it was like I was at a sporting event and like a game-winning touchdown. I was just like, what? Like I was just losing it. And I saw Kevin that on a Sunday at the Mint show, and then I told him, if your first match is at a live event, I'm doing whatever I can to get there. Like I don't care where it is. I have to be at that.
I like to nervously introduce myself to Kevin at the Mint. When we were out waiting outside, I went up to talk to PLD, and I'm like, hey, Kevin Smith's like, I know you. Hi. It was.
I got to talk to Kevin outside the cantina when I went, and we talked for about probably like
he's a sweetheart,
20 minutes. Great man.
Speaking of which, y'all guys want to announce the 20th?
What's the 20th?
Yeah,
no.
Go ahead.
No.
Sounds like Shug. You sure about that? You've said it like 6 times. No? Okay.
No.
Stay tuned on the Spin from the Real Twitter for updates on shows the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Allison's first show's on Monday, by the way.
Yes.
At the record show.
9 p.m.
Yes.
Okay.
What, 9 Eastern?
I didn't know if we settled on the time yet or not. So
we have not spoken.
It has to be at 9 because I don't get off work till 5.
yeah.
So.
9 o'clock Eastern. You heard it here
Works for
first.
me. I can still do all my other stuff then.
Allison, you're gonna fit right home at WAT. Like we just had a production meeting right now, and we do that all the time.
Really?
All the time.
I am so happy to be here. I adore each and every one of you. You guys are the fucking best.
You are.
Chris, you gotta go to bed, man. Go to bed.
Yeah, Chris, go to bed.
I
wasn't even trying to get on. I wasn't even trying to get on because I was just trying to watch in the background, and Jeff threw me on screen.
Yeah, well, that's because you came in when we were definitely not going to be like.
I love you guys. Be good.
I love you.
See you later, Cal.
Beans. But like, you came to sit there and you know I'm gonna throw you. You don't come if you're gonna just sit in the background. Say you want to sit in the background. Otherwise,
that's what you can ask Buck. I did one of these. I said no.
Didn't see that.
Yeah, I was surprised. Yeah, no, I don't know what it is. It's these.
That was rude.
I didn't do anything. He just cut
I
out.
think his computer just died.
Oh no! Yeah. Oh no!
PJ, why aren't you here so we can gush about West Side Story? PJ, we need to gush about West Side Story on here.
I need to go rewatch West Side Story because I don't know if you figured it out. When I was...
Who kicked you out?
No. I think we have too many clips. Every time I play a clip, it freezes on like the entire season.
I'm fine.
When you play a clip or someone plays a clip?
Will you be showing I hope you've been showing your pussy tonight, baby, because I will be wanking my cock when you get fucking naked.
It's the swelling of the music at the end that
Dude, that is the best clip ever
that he'll ever send us. How are you doing, Allison?
I'm that clip. I just can't anymore with it.
Allison, you gotta go work out tomorrow?
No, well, yes, but at like 8, so I'm good. But I'm not drinking right now. I'm not drinking anymore. I picked a hell of a week to stop drinking again.
I picked a hell of a week to stop sniffing glue.
I mean,
Jeff, speaking of which day we hanging out? Because I know you come in that Wednesday.
Probably Christmas Eve is my only day. Maybe part of 23rd.
Okay. Christmas Eve would actually be great because I work the morning shift that day, so I'll be
perfect. We'll figure out a movie to go see or some shit.
You know, honestly,
Jeff, I love all these plans being made on stream. That like,
no, I'm gonna be in Ohio, like down the street from him.
Yeah,
I know, but it's so funny. It's like, what do you want to go do? Like, oh, let's pencil it in.
Well, no, because last time. Oh wait, Jeff, they opened a Barrio in Strongsville.
Yo, I'm telling you, man, Barrio in a movie.
Yes,
dude. Jeff, when you come back to California, we have to go to Korean barbecue.
Korean barbecue.
That was the one.
100%.
That was
Paulina
one of
agrees.
the things that I had fun with was driving Jeff and Paulina to go meet up with Chris and Taylor and everybody to go. We're gonna go out. Me and Jeff spent about what 40 minutes in the car together, and just talked
about
and everything.
food we wanted.
Yeah, talked about food we wanted and everything like that.
That's funny.
Yeah, we had meeting Jeff that weekend was awesome.
Oh, my other
Jeff is one of my
thing that I
favorite people to
enjoyed
hang out
from
with
that
in person.
Thursday night phone call as Chris was running around and when he
Sentiment
finally
is
gave
mutual.
Kelly the phone back, all I hear in the background is that alimony? That's not alimony. You're not talking to alimony. And I'm like, oh, there's Shug. That's great.
Yeah.
He's there.
I was drunk by then. I was fucking
I
hammered.
loved it.
God, Spectacular was so fun, and now it's like back to reality. I was so pissed about going to
Oop,
work.
there
on
goes
Monday.
gravity. Oop, there goes rabbit. Anyways,
Shut up.
Oh, and Allison, I'm coming to Orlando in June. And
You are?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, you told me.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll figure out time to chill for sure. For sure. And hopefully with whatever, if there is an Orlando live event, I can
I'm
see
hoping
either
it's in
one.
June. I'm there for like 7-8 days, so it'd be perfect.
Yeah, no, that'd be
What are
great.
you doing
If
in
there's-
Orlando?
Family vacation to Universal and Disney.
so you're gonna
Nice.
say
Must
hello
be
to the
nice.
deacons?
Must be
Yes.
nice.
I'm hanging with the Deacons. I'm also proposing to my girlfriend of 5 years that weekend. So
Nice.
You
What
watch
a
this?
what a way to
No, she
just
doesn't.
announce it.
Thank God. I'm
She
like,
doesn't-
what? I'd
she
be
does-
so
she
goddamn
doesn't-
pissed.
she doesn't watch it. So she actually knows it's gonna happen there.
She
just
doesn't know. She doesn't watch your streams 2 hours and 50 minutes in.
She goes to bed at like 10:30.
It's a good one. Good one, Jeff. You're funny.
Like
Funny guy.
this was her
Fucking
anniversary
hilarious.
gift to me. It is,
Oh, that's awesome.
and
that's
it says
cute.
episode 5 for our 5th anniversary. So
That's awesome.
That's
My husband and I have been married now almost 4.5 years. It'll be 4.5 years in February, but February coming up will be we will have been together for 10 years, which is wild to think about that someone has spent a decade with me and not left me yet. Because I would have been gone a real long
incredible.
time ago.
Yeah, I've been with Paulina. I've been with Paulina for since 2009.
12?
We had a small break in 2012, but otherwise we've been together. Since
Oh, you told me about that
2009.
break. You told me about that break in the car.
I told you about that break. Man, my favorite winter sport is skiing, and with that, my favorite, one of the great guys in the Schmoedown.
Oh,
How
hi.
you doing, DJ?
PJ, can I tell you something real fast now that you're right here?
Yeah.
Your message to me last night where you just said how proud you were of me, and it was literally just you. I'm fucking proud of you. Made me cry because it was like the nicest thing I think you've ever said to me.
Okay, I'm gonna go now.
no.
Come back.
PJ, come back.
Oh, he turned his camera off, but I
know.
actually removed him.
I know.
Yeah, you're an asshole. Fuck you. Jeff.
Hey,
Yeah, fuck you.
PJ.
That wasn't me that time.
PJ.
That was me.
Yo.
PJ. Masterpiece, am I right?
Yeah, I don't like using the word, but yeah.
It was
Here's
good.
the deal. You don't want to use it yet. Give it a
All right,
day.
wait,
before
here's my
you
only
officially
question.
say it.
Hold on,
I
here's my
can-
only question.
to
Is
be
it
fair-
actual Puerto Ricans?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
actual Hispanic people, yes.
No, Puerto Ricans. There's a difference.
I don't know each person's nationality.
Blood test them all. Blood test them all.
Well,
no.
Jeff, to be fair, I can say that shit. I saw it 10 days ago for the first time.
Yeah, no, you can say it. And look, anyone can say it. It's fine. What I meant was that the hesitancy means give it a day or two just for let it marinate before you officially want to declare that. That's all I was
Bro,
just
I
as
have
a
to go
recommendation there.
rewatch
But
it. I'm gonna
honestly,
try
it's
to do
obviously
that
your
this
opinion.
weekend.
My review was 15 minutes and could have been an hour longer. That's how much I love that movie.
I'm
I
seeing
could break
it
it
tomorrow
down.
night, so I'm very excited.
I'm hopefully
I think about going to see
weekend.
it.
I'm gonna try and do some other stuff. I might end up trying and seeing it tomorrow afternoon when I'm out. If Paulina isn't gonna go out with me, I know that the big priority this weekend is having Paulina finish the original trilogy.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, you got to watch Return of the Jedi. you
Well,
know.
next week,
Well,
you
she
guys.
still has
Next
to watch
week,
Empire Strikes Back first.
well, next
Then
week
it's
nobody
called
should be doing
Fighting
anything
Game
because it's Spider-Man next week. So
So excited.
Paulina hasn't seen any of the new Spider-Man.
You guys want to hear some shit about Spider-Man?
Social media reviews is Monday or Tuesday, Matt?
Monday night.
I may have to stay off Twitter starting Monday
I would
night.
just mute all words Spider-Man, No Way Home, Tom Holland.
You know, someone's going to spoil it. Someone's going to spoil it.
I swear, if it's Variety again, they should just lose their.
My screening is Tuesday.
It's gonna be John Campia.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what we can even spoil at this point. I feel like everything is out there. It's just a matter of it being confirmed. Being a thing.
I'm with you there.
But you know, Spider-Man. If there's something to spoil, John Campia will definitely spoil whatever facts there are. Like he's very excited to talk about all of them.
PJ. Me and Allison and a friend of mine, Trish, are going to be doing a review of Cobra Kai when it comes out.
Oh, you know I'm in.
Okay.
He didn't accept
CJ, how excited are you that I got Chris to finally watch The Rocketeer?
I am so proud of you. He came up to me and he was very excited that he watched it. He was very drunk at the bar, but he was very excited.
Was this Thursday or Saturday?
Thursday.
Oh God, yeah, he was.
He was fresh off of watching that.
Yeah. Residuals.
I was so excited when he told me he finished it, and his first text to me was I think his first text was yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, he didn't even text me though, so I'm gonna hold that against him.
I was also like being like, hey, you watch it yet? You said you're gonna watch it on the plane. Did you download it? Did you watch it? Where are you at now? How's it going?
In his defense, I probably wouldn't respond because I'm really bad at responding to messages. But
I feel blessed when I get a PJ DM response.
Why do you think I cried when he sent me a message last night? I'm like, PJ's actually reaching out to me. It's not the other way around.
The funny thing is, like, I will see that PJ will have read a message, and then 5 days later he'll respond like, "Yo, sorry."
The easiest way to get PJ to respond to you is to have a running group chat of him and BLD because he will respond in there.
Yeah, but that's.
I don't know if I want another group chat.
It's very
PLD,
different.
Though.
But I realize I never text you on your own. It's always as a group. Like it's always just like everyone together.
I think group chats are always the best because it's almost stream of conscious a lot of the time when like things are going on and we're trying to get through stuff. So that's always been my thing. Like even when you're in LA, like it was the group chat of where's everyone going. That way everyone kind of was always
everyone knows. Yeah. But I mean, like at the same time, it's like Paul has no fucking idea what's going on with Dexter Newblood.
Okay, I will say, poor PLD is stuck in the middle of our conversations about Chucky and Dexter Newblood, but also fuck PLD, so it doesn't matter.
PJ, did you hear about our adventure to Denny's that Jeff never went to?
Wait, that fucker that asked me about going to Denny's didn't end up going?
Okay, first off, it starts off as we're gonna go to Denny's.
I have a clip for all this.
Goal leader's like, he's like, I'm down to go. So Thomas is standing there. And we're like, Thomas, you want to go to Denny's? And he's like, I'll go. So we're like, all right. And then Saul walks up. I'm like, Saul, you want to go to Denny's? He's like, sure. He's like, Kaiser's drunk. Let's get him to go. We go to get in the Uber. They take off. And so Thomas, goal leader, Chris, Taylor,
something else happened with Saul though,
Jess,
that week. That right with me and him.
Yeah, we left him at the Denny's by himself.
Right, but what I apparently
you left Saul by himself?
No. Saul. So here's the thing. Saul, as you know, had a broken phone. He broke his phone.
Yes.
When he went and like jumped and hugged Harper after he won.
Yeah.
And he threw his phone and it broke. So Saul didn't have like a way to like to be able to communicate with people. And I think he said something like he wasn't going to go. And I said, I was reminded later that night, actually. I told Saul, I will order an Uber for you to get back from Denny's to where you need to go. I will do it for you. Just go. Like, that's kind of how I remember.
But Jeff was supposed to go to Denny's. So we go to get in the car, and the guy's like, I can only take 4 people. So it's me, Kaiser, Saul, and Partis. So Jeff's like, I'll get in another Uber and meet you guys there. Jeff never shows up.
I got in the wrong Uber and ended up at Action House instead.
So PJ, at a Denny's, it's Thomas Harper, goal leader, Taylor Cleek, okay, you know who his character is.
Yeah.
His girlfriend, goal leader's wife, Kaiser, and Saul, me, and Chris.
And Partis.
Wow.
And Partis.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Partis.
And Kaiser orders a salad with $1,000 dressing and fries and a burger, eats it, downs it, talk shit to goal leader, and then goes, "My Uber's here. I'll talk to y'all later," and just disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody leaves, and then Saul's like, "How am I supposed to get home?" So I'm like calling Jeff. Jeff's ordering an Uber. Uber's like 15 minutes away, and I'm like, "Saul, we just ordered our Uber. It's 2 minutes away. I'll talk to you later."
Y'all abandoned Saul.
We left him at the Denny's.
I got another phone call. I get another phone call from Saul saying, or I get another message. Somehow Saul got a hold of an iPad. And
no, he has an iPad. He carries an iPad with him.
He carries an iPad. I saw him.
I didn't know that he had an iPad, which had, I guess, data on it or something, because he started messaging me on that. And so he's like, "Hey, I got to call this Uber that came to him. I put the wrong address in for him." So that guy ended up canceling when he arrived, and I had to wait and order a new one. By the way, I had just gotten home in my Airbnb, so I'm just sitting on the porch, like about to pass out, just trying to stay up to make sure that he gets his Uber. He finally gets it, and I'm screenshotting, letting him know like what it looks like and blah, blah, blah. He finally got home by 4 a.m. By the way, so when I got to the action house, the other action house, the one that Paul and Jake and other people were all in that night. I am so hungry because, as you know, I created a smoking corner and had 10 Appletinis. I had a Boo Bear, a Modelo, a pint of Modelo, and 10 Appletinis that night that I know of. And then I'm sitting there like trying to figure out food. And by the way, even connecting to the Wi-Fi, I can't get a good signal in their place. So I'm trying to get Taco Bell, and it hits 3 a.m. Taco Bell closes at that point. I can't even get Taco Bell delivered. I'm like, what am I gonna do? So then finally, I'm like, all right, I guess I should order an Uber and just go home and give up. And at that moment, Austin Cadell goes and just starts grilling burgers, and I didn't realize that that's what he was doing. So my Uber is arriving just as I'm handed a fully cooked cheeseburger. I put ketchup on it, and then I'm like, I have to go. My Uber's here. But I had just been handed like a full-on fucking burger. It's like, what am I gonna do with this? And then Juice recorded me struggling to open the door to leave, while also holding an uneaten entire burger as I'm going to.
So Jeff is currently attempting to leave the Airbnb with a burger in his right hand, in his left hand. Show us the burger before you leave. You're gonna eat it in the Uber?
Wow.
So here's the deal. I get up to the Uber, and by the way, I can hardly speak. And so I open the door and I go,
"Where's your backpack?"
I open the door. I go, "Hold on a moment. I was just handed a burger. I have to eat it." And the driver goes, "Wait, you're not ready to leave?" I said, No, I just have to eat this burger real quick. I'll be a moment. And I lean over the car door and I just start eating it slowly.
PJ, do you remember the couple at the bar?
Oh, I remember.
Hold up, you gotta see this.
Yes, I'm pulling it. I'm pulling it. You mean?
Bro, you missed when they were trying to fight Dwayne when we were heading out.
No,
I heard.
No, Matt, I had already teed them up because she was mad at me. Remember?
I know.
I had teed them up,
and Dwayne accidentally bumped into the table and knocked over
the water on them. Yeah.
He broke their whiskey glass.
Yeah. And she was like, "You need to get me another drink." And he said, "You have had enough to drink," or something to that effect. He was like, "You don't need another drink."
They were there forever.
PJ,
man.
did you hear the whole story with what happened with me? Oh my God, it was a long weekend. I don't know. I was high half the time.
Well, it helps that you had a store that had quality drugs.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, the dispensary.
I saw that when I left on Monday.
Paulina told me it was bougie.
But yeah, Buck saw it. It has a very nice bougie sign out front, and it just says quality drugs. And I'm so happy that they were upfront with their product.
I mean, that's how it should be.
That's exactly it.
But I have a question for PJ. What was your favorite memory of the entire weekend?
When when Spectacular was over and I could finally breathe.
Yeah.
I was about to...
I mean,
there
look,
was a few times I wanted.
We were talking about this last night. It was overwhelming.
It's 100%. It was overwhelming. Number one, but also
this right here was just straight up mastery.
That I got to give PLD credit. PLD 100% was like the dude who was like, we're doing this. So, credit where credit's due. But
I don't like giving Paul credit though.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be the dude who pretends that we worked together. He was the genius on that one.
I know, it just sucks giving Paul credit.
Hey, I like giving Paul credit. I think
I'll say
DJ and I are the only ones who like giving him credit.
It was just hanging out with everyone. Like, it was super fucking overwhelming. It's always hard because Spectacular in particular, like, everyone comes out for it. So you're trying to see everyone. And I saw everyone on this screen, except Allison, unfortunately, like maybe 10 to 15 minutes. It feels like at max.
I stood behind you at the Mint like half the time and spoke 2 words to you.
It's overwhelming. There's so much happening. Yeah, and so, like, honestly, outside of the event, I thought, not to plug another channel, but like, I actually had a really good time hanging out with POV, and I thought that
you look like you had a lot of fun.
I was really fucking drunk.
They had your video on when I was at Video Drew's house on, and it's like, I'm like, oh, I see PJ there.
Did you guys see the part where Christian told me to go to bed when he was in the chat?
I was not paying attention to the video really.
Yeah, they had it on Eric's computer, and we saw it by passing. We were in the front for some reason. Why were we watching 2 movies at a time?
Yeah,
we were watching Die Hard and Jingle All the Way.
Best Christmas movies of all time.
Yeah,
I mean, we're watching the set, and then we're watching Santa
one of those
Claus.
is a good movie. The other one's Jingle All the Way, and in the other room,
fuck you, Jeff.
Jeff, you can fuck off with that shit.
And I don't know why you're pointing at stuff.
There's no Turbo Man dolls.
Oh my, he disappeared. What happened?
Then we were watching Gremlins at one point.
Yeah,
no,
okay. It wasn't just we were watching Gremlins. Yes. Paulina, who hadn't got to know everyone yet there. Paulina sat down on the couch, and that was like her spot for the night at the party there. And Gremlins came on, and she watched the entirety of the first Gremlins film for the very first time in Video Drew's living room.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard.
And at the beginning, she didn't know that there was such thing as like Christmas horror films. And then during
I heard a whole match with PLD about Christmas horror films.
I know.
That aired today, by the way.
Aired today, completely unannounced because good job, marketing team. And the
I retweeted the tweet.
Good job advertising the lead up to it. Not you, other people. But what was it? Partway into the beginning of the movie, like Gizmo shows up and she's like, oh, "It's so cute. What do you mean this is a horror movie?" And literally every time she says that, someone's like, "Just wait."
I still don't understand what time you're allowed to start feeding the gremlins if all they tell you is not after midnight. It's technically everything's after midnight. Hi.
It's probably just my time zone. It's just let's not be pedantic. It's my time zone. You're fine. Yeah, that's I've always just been like, it's whatever time zone you're in.
It is called suspension of disbelief.
Plus, who doesn't want to see Zach Galligan fighting puppets? It's the fucking best.
It's great. It's a great movie. I love it. I love Gremlins.
It's great.
Yeah, I had a Gizmo as a kid that I wouldn't let go. I had one like for the longest time.
Well, real quick, I was actually about to hop off when PJ came in, and I stayed in because it's PJ, and I love PJ.
Fucking love that dude.
But I'm gonna get off so I can watch some Swagger and eat food and go to sleep because
good night.
Yeah, the Apple TV show Swagger.
See you on Monday.
Bye,
See you on Monday.
Monday.
See you, Matt. Why did I say
Monday? This is Lovey, by the way.
Yeah, do you know that PJ that Alimony is joining Spin from the Reel?
Yeah, I do.
I did.
I saw that.
I'm the one who told him. I think when I texted him yesterday.
There was a lot happening yesterday.
There was a lot
happening.
There was so much happening yesterday.
Allison didn't even get to experience. I haven't watched the movie yet. She couldn't experience West Side Story on its own because
I know.
Her phone was blown up the whole time.
It was wild.
Why you put it on do not disturb?
No, I did. Here's the thing. I did, and then I was like, I'm just gonna turn it off. But I have horrid anxiety. like my Xanax was doing real work yesterday. So I would turn my phone off and I would watch, and like as I was watching, all I could think about was like because it was already blowing up before I went to the theater. But like as I would watch, I was like I gotta turn my phone back on because my phone's gonna have a million messages. It's gonna be wild. Like I couldn't handle that thought. So then I would turn it on and I'd have like 50 new notifications. I'm like, all right, let me get through these. Like and I was up in like, I always sit in like the top back corner. So there's no one around me. So I was making sure like my phone wasn't bothering anybody because that's where we just always sit. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, it just could not like focus on like, there were so many, then I would turn it off and then like, I'd be like, nah, dude, like, I just should not have gone to the movie. Basically, I just shouldn't have gone to the movie last night is what I'm learning.
That's fair.
From all of this, because I was that person, but like, but then part of me was like, well, let me go see this movie because it can take my mind off of everything that's going on. And that clearly did not happen.
So, Allison, I'll sort of paraphrase what I had messaged you before. Not gonna go back into the whole talking about the person and whatnot and the issues that people have with him or don't have with that whole thing. Just the response and what it brought out of people from your initial thing was, wonderful in a way. Mm-hmm. The amount of people, prominent names of this community, the people that so many of us look up to and have been following and seeing comments and words that have inspired others, and the things that they said, just everyone coming so much closer together, I believe, and to support, not just to support your comment there, but also to support the meaning behind your comment. And and like I had said, because we had talked about it, because I asked, because I was kind of curious about it, the impressions that the tweet had received, just the Twitter impressions, because part of it is the amount of people that had read your thing, learned about the issue from it, and then they tweeted out things where it wasn't linking to yours, it wasn't quote tweeting it, but they were saying stuff on their own, and they were getting all sorts of likes and responses on their own things. And to imagine everyone who read that shit, everyone who saw all those, your initial message and the meaning behind it there, and what it ended up inspiring reached far more than whatever you were able to see. And the message itself of inclusivity and love and community it's one of the great things about this community. This community isn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, we have a Reddit, for God's sakes, but there's some great things about it. And what happened yesterday in response to it was just it was great. We know that things happen. That it had been posted earlier, but it's one of those things where when you see it, especially some of us who had seen it earlier, we had processed it differently at first, where we were just annoyed about certain things, but then in the lead up to Spectacular, people get distracted, people are focused on other things, and
I'm gonna be like, dude, we have to remember all the stuff we all had going on leading up to Spectacular. Like, I don't want to say that people finding it, period, is more important than it not happening faster. Like, we shouldn't be like, it needed to happen before that. You know what I'm saying?
And to be honest, the calling out of the toxic behavior needed to happen long before I did what I did. And it happened back in September. And I think, PJ, you were a big catalyst on the Facebook group with like the shit that went down at the end of September.
Oh yeah.
With some of the harassment, that people like Bateman were getting. And so like it's starting to get put out there. But in this case, I saw the video. I saw it wasn't getting much traction, and I probably should have said something sooner. I to be honest, I think the timing in which it happened is better timing than if I had done it sooner. I think if I had done it before Spectacular, it would have gotten buried. It wouldn't have made as much of a difference as it did. I think this, because the whole reason I even put it out there was because it all started from, Campia being a dumbass who can't say they, them for someone who also goes by she, her, because he's a piece of shit and likes clicks. But, this guy then goes and defends it by trying to call out Lon, which then Jake Yacovetto was like, fuck this shit. Like, let's call this out. And then that's when I was like, fuck it. Like, this is what we're going to do. And it all just kind of the basic short end of the play-by-play is I called him out for something else. And I said, just like your misogynistic video calling out Demi for some bullshit, which is when she sent me a message that was like, do I even want to know? And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to come right out. And I came right out and said everything that happened and what it was. And from there, I was like, yeah, no, this is bullshit. Because especially the women in this league, just from what I've seen, just get constantly shit on. And it's bullshit. Yeah. And they're constantly shit on because they're female competitors. I don't care what anybody says. The shit that gets said about some of these female competitors does not get said about their male counterparts for the exact same thing. And it's wild to me. So the fact that like the info was out there to them and then it just spread like wildfire, it was overwhelming, but it was the overwhelming in the best kind of way. With that being said, I really feel like I need to give a lot of love and shout out to Ben Rayner, Ryan Payne, Jess, Kiwi Jess, and John D. Gregorio, mainly because that right there is collateral damage that happens when you choose to step away from something, especially those three guys over on Mount Schmoedown. Me leaving that is not their fault. It was, without getting into too much detail, it was one person from the channel that helped me make my decision to leave. And that's what I did, which I said in my statement. But when Mount Schmoedown is able to be back up and running, I hope every single human being that is in this space goes and gives them love and support, because the three of them are just fantastic human beings. And I wouldn't be here if Ben Rayner didn't think that I could be a part of what they were making over there. So I'm always indebted to him and his friendship. And I don't want anyone to, it's been sitting really heavy with me, like how that collateral damage kind of happened, because it wasn't their fault for being associated with the channel that this one person was on. So I just wanted to make sure I put that out there before the night was over, that the three of them, and of course the lovely Jess Van Can, are just the most spectacular, amazing, beautiful human beings.
Totally.
So
I think that's a good disclaimer to put out there.
Absolutely.
A lot happened yesterday, guys. And, not everyone, you can't hold one person's views as a collective's views. It sucks when people get caught in like the middle of the eye of the storm when things happen. So you can't hold things against everyone. Everyone who has said their piece along the way and like made it known where they stand on things, I believe has made it known at this point. So
yeah,
that's
for sure.
That's just kind of that.
I want to say from my standpoint, and anybody out there, when you're talking about gameplay, when you're talking about the Schmoedown, it's okay to be critical, but get about gameplay, not about personally, things like that. The big, everything, I echo what Allison said. A lot of people ask me, well, what did you think? The fact that things were said about basically like they didn't deserve it, or it doesn't make sense, because Demi won the tournament. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. And like I said, had she played Thomas in the beginning of the year, Marie would have still played the first tournament, and the second tournament, Demi would have probably still played, because Marie was playing in Dragon Con. We don't know when these were filmed. And I know about that time, Dragon Con had started. So we don't know if Marie would have been able to play. So Demi would have still played in the tournament. So that's just dumb. Like, she won the tournament. So people were saying, well, this, and that. It was a dumb thing to say. And then you double down and you say, well, I have women on the show. So, I mean, that's just, everyone say it. Jay Washington said it. Winston said it. I said it. That's like saying you having me and Chris on your show makes you not a racist. Like, that. Don't say that. You should have just said, you know what? My apologies. I fucked up. I should have said what I said and moved on. I moved on. Admit you fucked up, and that's it. it's not hard.
Look,
I would,
You're right.
And-
And look, here's the thing. To Suge's point, we all fuck up and we all make mistakes.
Mhm.
It's
Exactly.
much better to own it.
I had to do this at the start of the show. I gave 2 really bad takes at the
takes
during the preseason about rookies, and right now I look like an absolute dumbass. And I'm
Look.
I made some
Hey,
some bad things.
one thing I want to say here is, and then I feel like I don't want to dwell too much more on the negativity aspect of it. I just really wanted to like point out the positivity that came from it, the support that came for Allison. And
Dude,
because
the
of that,
fact that like I had
incredible
Rachel
amount of
fucking
support.
Cushing
Yeah, by the
making
way,
a tweet. Dan
yeah, I
Merle,
mean-
like the fucking goats are
No, Rachel Cushing, because just because you're retired doesn't mean you can't release a statement about a community that you love, right?
yeah,
That's all
unlike
I'll say
Roka's
about
fucking
that.
high school drama. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Oh, well, wasn't gonna go that deep, but awesome.
I would.
that you did.
Get the fuck out.
The last thing that I was gonna say there is, in a way, as kind of terrible as it is, thank you, John Campia, for being a fucking idiot and saying that dumb thing about pronouns online, because that's what kicked off this whole thing. Like, how do you grow? How do you go?
It was like a
Think about it.
snowball
How do you get
effect.
from A to Z, where A is John Campia didn't want to acknowledge someone's pronouns, to everyone needs to come behind and support Dimmy? Like, how do you go from there to there?
Mhm.
Well, there's a fucking through line, and that's it. And it's wild how that happens. The wildfire thing.
And thank God for Jay Wade's hate of Lon Harris, just to
That's what
really
I mean.
kind of
Yeah,
kick
that-
the
that- that
catalyst.
whole
Yeah.
thing. Which, by the way,
Yeah.
I didn't
It
get
went
the
from
chance
Campia
Yeah.
to Harris to Wade.
and I don't really want to. I don't
rest
really
is
want to
history.
speak about it too much more there, only because like a lot's been said, and
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be more said in the future. But I want to move on to something else here. I didn't get a chance to speak to Lon, but Allison, you saw when I responded to Lon, and I was like, hey, when Lon was like, oh, well, this is weird. This is a dumb thing that's happening right now. And then you were like, he has an after show. And then Lon goes, not for long, ...
Yeah.
And then I'm like,
not
perfect
anymore.
chance, Lon. And then I'm like, perfect chance, Lon. By the way, we'd love to have you on. I'm so sorry that because I saw him in person at Video Drews on Friday, and
I
he was
talked
one
to
of the
him
people-
for like 2 minutes
Yep.
on Friday.
He was one of the people that I didn't end up like saying hello to, but I did have one brief interaction with him, which was as Paulina and I and Patrick were leaving Video Drew and Eric's house. I'm passing by and I hear him say, "Oh yeah, Ryan Murphy did Trust on FX," and I lean in and I go, "That's Danny Boyle." And I kept going.
Oh,
I
Jeff
well
and his
actually Lon
pretentiousness.
Harris on my way out, and that was my only in-person interaction with him.
He had some like really cool shirt on. I don't remember what was on his shirt, but I did acknowledge. I was like, "Oh, cool shirt." That was it.
Yeah, I mean, like,
fantastic.
yeah, I I just think it's great. Of course, I'm gonna actually someone who essentially has embodied a character that is a actually on legs with the professor.
I love it.
or whatever.
It's just a classic. It's a classic. Just like PJ's tweet this earlier today about being in his bathrobe, in his comfy bathrobe, listening to the Garden State soundtrack on vinyl. Like hearing Jeff tell this story, Jeff is the only person I would ever think of to actually do something like that. It's like, it's so on brand.
To
It's just
actually person.
Yeah. I cry on streams. It's just, we are just on brand. Like this is just how it is. And that's one of the other things I
want to know, by the way, like, what?
No, I know you cried 14 times, I believe.
I did.
Belfast.
I
really
did
liked
14
it.
times.
I
It's
really
so
I need to
good.
watch it. It's available to rent now, so I'll probably do that
It's
because
I didn't love it.
She
I
cried.
didn't
She
love
cried
love
when
it,
we
but I really
FaceTimed her. Okay.
All
Well,
that
that
was
was
say,
different.
man, is that I appreciate that I've become known as like the one dude who's like, man, those fucking Zach Braff movies are great, but it's the soundtracks that are fucking bangers, and I listen to them all the time.
No,
it doesn't matter. Everything he's involved in, Scrubs, his movies, like even the ones he doesn't direct, great soundtracks.
So you're saying that
I love it.
What is it? The X has a great soundtrack.
Yeah. I'd have to go back and listen.
Does anyone else even remember the X besides you and
with
me?
him and Jason Bateman.
Besides you and me.
And do you remember that movie had 2 separate cuts? One was like unrated, and it was like much darker, and
it was like a much
up.
darker movie, and it had like a totally different title. And then they were like, let's neuter literally everything. Let's cut it off at its knees, which is funny considering the walking status of one of the characters for the majority of the film.
That movie that he did, Last Kiss, where he I think he co-wrote it, and he clearly was gonna direct it after Garden State, and then he didn't.
Was that Tony Goldwyn or something who directed that?
So, and that one's got a great soundtrack too.
Of course it does.
Again, because he wrote it, it's very clear.
I've actually never seen a movie he's directed. But it includes Garden State, that includes Wish We Were Here, that includes Going.
No, Wish I Was Here.
Wish I Was Here. Oh, I'm so sorry. I would get that fucking wrong. I know that. Maybe I should have donated to his fucking Kickstarter.
I did.
Hey, PJ.
Yes, I know you did. You didn't even have to tell me for me to know that you did. What was your perk? Are you in the credits?
I got I got one of the higher ones because I definitely went to the LA premiere. I know that it was at the Archive.
Awesome. That's cool.
I'm trying to remember the rest. I have pictures. I'll have to find it.
R.I.P. ARC.
I'll have to look and see if I think I'm in the credits, but I can't remember. I
used to rewatch the whole movie to get to the credits again to find out.
I have the fucking Blu-ray.
Nice. Well then, there was a whole lot that's been discussed here today.
Yes, there has been.
Are we still going? Do we want to wrap up? What do we want to do?
I'm chilling. I don't have to be.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I'm talking to Jesse. I'm like, hey, you want to hang out?
You know what's weird? You know what's weird? Quiz is normally on a Friday night I'm drinking and I'm already drunk by now, so I'm not drinking. So it's kind of like weird for me because it's like I'm wide awake. I'm not tired.
All right, Katie.
Today was kind of wide awake. Today was trust me.
No, I know. By the way, for anyone
day.
who's still paying attention, and if you want to, we have a Streamlabs, etc. Anything we get is going to be going towards Shug because he had a real shitty day. That is just a piece of a real shitty situation that he's stuck in, and anything that people can.
We got a decent amount tonight, so definitely.
Yeah.
I'll help out a little bit.
I mean, all things considered, it's decent. Considering we never, ever advertise our own Streamlabs. Also, can you believe it? Like at one point we had a really solid viewership number.
PJ cool. Refusm has his
House of
general
Corpses today.
Nice.
Yeah.
I hate that movie. Oh.
I love this movie. I'm one of the few people who actually prefers it of the 3. I know that Devil's Rejects is like very, very popular with people, and I love Devil's Rejects, but House of 1,000 Corpses is like a real grindhouse movie, and I love it for that.
PJ, you got to do that to a Schmoedown competitor. 1, fuck your mama. 2, fuck your sister.
Could you imagine? Oh man, fucking Captain Spaulding though, one of the all-time great movie characters.
Dude,
I can't. I
R.I.P. Sid Haig.
Yes, I'm trying my hardest to get into more horror because I feel like.
Wait, who's a Big Trouble in Little China fan, Allison?
My husband and me.
Okay.
I mean, I love John.
That's
Carpenter.
a great movie. That movie is.
You want to hear a really funny story about how when my husband and I first met? So we met. I'm open about. We met on Plenty of Fish, 10 years ago, and when we moved to doing adding each other on Facebook, his profile picture was Kurt Russell in a movie from the 80s, and I could look at it and I'm like, okay, the only movies I knew Kurt Russell in at that time that this could be is Escape from New York or Big Trouble in Little China. I go, but in Escape from New York, he has an eye patch, and that's not in this picture because it was the picture of Kurt Russell with the red lipstick after Kim Cattrall kisses him. So I, sent a text to my now husband. And I was like, oh, that's a cool profile picture. Big Trouble in Little China, right? Completely taking my, shooting my shot. And he was like, yeah, it's my favorite movie. I'm like, oh my God, it is such a good movie, isn't it? I hadn't seen it at that point. I just wanted to make this guy like me. And then we became an official couple. And I was like, I need to be honest with you. I've never seen Big Trouble in Little China. And he goes, good thing for you. I own it. And we're going to watch it right now. So
there you go. There's nothing wrong with hey, why would you say that? Oh, Plenty of Fish. That's where my girlfriend.
That's where we met.
Okay. See, back in the day, back in the day, it was weird. See, I'm old.
I don't give a shit.
Back in the day, like 10 years ago, you weren't supposed to meet people offline, and you weren't supposed to get in cars with people you don't know, and you weren't supposed to take food from people you don't know. Now we do all three.
ASL.
Like no, like I remember. I remember them at school telling us in high school, do not meet people off of AOL. Because and like I met my first girlfriend off AOL. Like you weren't supposed to meet people. Dude, look at us last Saturday. I met Buck before. I had never met Jeff. I had never met Chris. I did a fucking show with him. I met PJ twice prior to this, so he doesn't really count. But there's a bunch of people I met.
I almost met PJ.
That's fair. I mean, look, I think that really goes for all of us though, right? Like most of us met kind of virtually, but like even then you don't meet people. Like any one of us really could have just been a serial killer for how much most of us like horror movies, right?
This is very true.
You like horror movies. I don't like horror movies.
But anyway, back to what I was saying originally about like I've been trying to get into more horror movies. So, like I've watched, almost all of Carpenter. I think the last one that we own is Vampires. I don't think we own Village of the Damned.
That's a good one. Love that one.
Vampires real good, except fucking James Wood is in it now.
Yeah, that's the only. Again, it's like the James Wood of it all. But I love John Carpenter. I actually was talking with Taylor Cleek about doing a possible episode of Really Scared, so that'll be fun.
You're just taking over WAT, aren't you? You're like, how much I'm Real Scared.
Hey, I'm just saying, Shug, and now Allison, I really hope that I get my I get a re-invite to Really Scared at some point.
I've never been invited.
That's so weird. You're like all about horror.
I know. I've never been invited, so well, I think Matt's like pitched it to me in the past, but I've been always like waiting for someone to be like, hey, we really want to have you. Mm-hmm. So that's me putting it out there. You want
PJ wants on movies. I got you.
You know that Taylor and Connor always watch streams 3 hours.
Kick Linda Morris out of the chat with that spam.
I can't do it.
I don't have a wrench.
Picking it out now.
Right.
Block it.
The other
we've had that a couple times throughout the stream.
Couple times tonight.
I'm looking out because I don't have a wrench, or I would do it.
Hey,
like I'm in the chat, but I can't.
We'll make you a wrench at some point.
Why we haven't. But I think my next franchise I'm looking into is maybe getting into. Well, actually, it wasn't. I was going to go with the Evil Dead because I've never seen any of those.
Okay, so yes. However, and I think this applies both ways. Is that you have to watch the TV shows of both, no matter how you go about it.
Okay.
So that's why I was going to be like, actually, maybe do Evil Dead first because it's going to be a little bit shorter, but there's 3 seasons of a TV show.
Gotcha.
10 episodes each, half hour each episode.
Yeah. And they're like super easy to watch, but you have to watch them. Also, I would say save the reboot until you're finished with the Ash stuff.
Okay. The Ash vs. Evil Dead?
All of it, like Evil Dead, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, and Ash vs. Evil Dead. Watch all of that before you watch the reboot because
it lives on its own.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna be so thrown off watching it. It's like its own thing. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I know there's a lot of people who love it.
I really love that one.
Yeah,
and yes, it's not the originals. I love that it takes the original stuff, but also to me, it can stand on its own separately, not necessarily at the same Bruce Campbell pedestal type deal, but I love it as its own thing. Like that's the kind of remake that I like. The thing that takes the building blocks of something and then makes it its own thing.
I think it's a really well made movie, but I'm so like Evil Dead means a lot to me. And so I have a hard time getting behind the drastically different feel of the movie, and the thing is it's most in tone to the original, but for me Evil Dead's like top Evil Dead forever was Evil Dead 2, like the kind of campy, kind of bloody, kind of funny, super scary movie. That's Evil Dead to me. And Fede Alvarez is not my favorite filmmaker, and he makes bleak fucking movies. His Don't Breathe is the same way.
Don't Breathe is really well directed, and when it gets really gross and weird, it's like I don't know how I feel. I still don't like love that. And
the second one's even, and he wrote the second one, so he
wrote the second one, and I don't like the second movie. Like I think
it's bad.
I think
And
the
like
second
that's
one
the
feels well directed, but it's like the writing of it and whatnot is like so. But I said feels, not that it is. It feels like it's well directed.
It feels well, but and it's not him, but the writing's real bad. Enough that I was like, I think I was talking to Paige while I was watching it, and like I actually had like this whole. I'd have to go back and find it, but I was like live commentating it, and I was like super fucking taken aback by just about every story choice.
Yep. Now hold on. One franchise. I just want to bring this up. Not horror. I just want to bring this up because I know I mentioned it earlier, maybe tonight. Upon first meeting Matty Gunner for the very first time this past week, he told, because there was a box set of a 4K box set of a franchise that I was unable to get a hold of because by the time I found it, it had already been sold out everywhere, and I was unable to get it. He then found it in the UK, the US release. Everything here is actually rated PG-13, R, etc. It doesn't actually have. It's not like in the UK where it's 18 or 16 or whatever. So it's the US release version of it, but in the UK. And he bought it for me months ago, and he brought it to the US to give to me. He got me the Ip Man 4K box set.
I have that set, and it's fucking amazing. That set is
the
great.
feel of this, like, oh my god! Like,
I actually watched the first Ip Man recently in the last few months.
The first one's
Jeff,
awesome.
let's be buddies. Let's be buddies here because
this poster where it's the first Ip Man, and on the other side it's Ip Man. Like, that's.
Have
so
you seen
cool.
all of them yet?
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone else watched these movies? Allison said she's seen the first one.
Just I have watched snippets of it. I watched the one where he fights homeboy that was in Undisputed 2.
Also, when I first started watching it, I told my husband, I was like, babe, I'm gonna go watch the IP Man, and he was like, God damn it, Allison.
Yeah,
like, what?
The intellectual property man.
I love those movies. There's also. Have you seen the spinoff, Jeff?
I gave 4 out of 5 to all 5 movies, including Master Z. Master Z has its own feel and shit.
Dude,
but it's
Dave
equally
Bautista
as
is
awesome.
so badass in that movie.
He's fucking awesome. That whole movie is awesome.
If you
all
guys
of them are awesome. Like, that's
they're
the word that I
awesome,
keep saying when I come back to it. Like, I hate, like, I like, just the way I am, like being a little more critical with the way I discuss some films. But like, at the end of the day, like, these movies are just fucking awesome.
They're fucking amazing. Like, they're such a fantasy version of like him as a person, but I almost don't care because they make the legend of him that much cooler.
Oh yeah, they're so fantastic.
But for
I still
anyone
want to
who
watch the
loves,
Grandmaster for contrast.
I haven't seen it. I need to.
I have.
For anyone who loves
on my computer or my hard drive.
Send it to me. Anyone who loves martial arts movies, specifically Bruce Lee movies, should at least watch the fourth one because Bruce Lee is a major character in the fourth movie, and it's the only one that he is. And there's a fight sequence with Bruce Lee as Bruce Lee, not like them having him film a movie or something. And it is so uncanny. The dude moves just like him, looks just like him. It is like watching an out-of-time version of Bruce Lee fighting someone.
So IP Man is Bruce Lee's sensei, or
he was his master.
Okay, yeah. Because I was super into martial art movies when I was a kid. Like Bloodsport's my favorite movie. Last Dragon's one of my favorite movies.
Oh, Last Dragon.
Those are. Allison, have you ever watched Bloodsport, Kickboxer?
I saw Bloodsport.
No, but I've seen The Last Dragon.
Or last year I saw Bloodsport.
Best movie. I love The Last Dragon.
I also watched in the last 6 or earlier this year, watched both The Raid and Raid 2.
Yes,
Raid 2, but I own that Blu-ray box set of the two of them. The first Raid, awesome, and I don't remember which version I watched in terms of the score. I watched it with the original score.
The original score is the best. Like the Linkin Park one is. I love Linkin Park, and that score is fine, but it's very Americanized.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That sounds like a very I hate to drop his name, very Weinstein thing to do. Hey, let's just replace a bunch of the international stuff.
What else have I watched?
Ip Man 2 is a masterpiece. I will use that
Ip
word.
Man 2
is the Raid 2. I'm sorry, because we were talking about the Raid movie.
That kitchen scene.
Dude. It's like going from Batman Begins to The Dark Knight in terms of scale. because the raid is so small and so condensed, and the raid 2 is like a ginormous mafia story with all these fucking moving pieces, and there's all this shit going on, but every action beat is like Tarantino and Rodriguez levels of beautiful.
Nice.
This is probably one of my favorite action movies that I've seen in a really long time, and the fact that it was made on such a small budget blows my mind.
What's that?
But it's Upgrade.
I saw that in
Upgrade's
theaters.
great.
I loved Upgrade. Like Upgrade, by the way, better Venom movie that year.
Yep, 100%.
Everyone
watched
with the
Raid
better
2.
Tom Hardy that year.
Thank you. Bye.
By the way,
Was that Steelbook? Was it the
PJ
Raid?
now has a blue wrench.
I can't. I'm gonna start.
PJ, can you comment?
Start
real
fucking
quick?
kicking
I
bitches
wanna- I
out.
want to make sure it works. Comment. Just want to see. Comment. Yeah, I know. I keep meaning to
Someone,
watch.
I was gonna say, someone give me PLD in here so I can ban him for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he doesn't have.
See, we got a blue wrench there. Attaboy.
Perfect.
Yeah. So the first time, like the first couple months, it took me forever to figure out how to do it. Like I'd ask people for their channel link because I thought that's how you did it. And then Jay's like, no, just go to their name in a live chat and it lets you do it. I was like, oh, that's so much easier.
Patrick heard we were talking about international films, so we came back.
Should I, as a Kurt Russell fan, so by and large, I tend to enjoy Wyatt Russell on the screen and trying to indulge in becoming more horror friendly. Should I take the time to watch Overlord?
Yes.
Yes.
Overlord fucking rocks.
Yes.
Will it give me nightmares?
You should absolutely watch
Overlord-
Street Fighter.
I don't know if it's gonna give you nightmares.
We should do a watch along with that.
Overlord
It's
is
more
more
of
of
an
like
action movie.
Yeah, it's way more of it has horror elements, but it's more akin in terms of like trying to like get someone to watch something to action stuff. Sci-fi, action, horror. It is a huge blend of multiple different genres. But it's also awesome, and it is probably, unless they actually do it, the closest we'll get to like a live action Wolfenstein movie.
Yep, 100%. And it kind of feels like it lives in the Cloverfield universe in its own way too, which I love.
It's a better Cloverfield movie than Paradox.
Well, okay,
Because
I have to give Paradox some leeway. Like that movie got so lost in the shuffle of Abrams moving over to Star Wars, and a lot of like what people don't realize is that it was
its own movie, and then they forced it in. Yeah,
but he was also supposed to come in and like massage it. But when you're making The Force Awakens, you don't have the time to like come in and do that, and so the movie was just kind of released as it was.
Can you believe that what an incredible genius thing that they did. Like, you know, Beyonce did it with her album, and then like, you know, Eminem did that with Kamikaze, and other, you know, music artists have done that where it's like they just drop it without like notice.
Only Abrams could pull it off, to be honest.
And then they did like, and then at the Super Bowl of all places, they're like, here's a trailer for a movie called Cloverfield Paradox, and it's a cool trailer, and they're like, by the way, it's on Netflix now. And like they could only do that sort of thing once. And God, I mean, like, you know, talking about things getting lost in the shuffle and whatnot, you know, it's very hard to like, you know, it sucks for all the people involved in it, but like, damn, why do they have to do it to such a bad movie to do?
But
to
it
use
worked.
That marketing act. Yeah, it worked. It's just,
and that was the second time they used the Super Bowl for Cloverfield, because remember, it was the Super Bowl for Cloverfield, and then come back around.
Do you remember when they were like, what was it, like 2 months before Cloverfield Lane came out? They were like, by the way, there's a new Cloverfield movie. And
yeah,
also
it was
Lane,
on 13 Hours, I think, was where the trailer was originally. Like, it hadn't even hit the internet. People went to see 13 Hours, and it was attached to it.
And like and it's so funny because it's like 2 months beforehand, and you got to think like a lot of normal people that don't pay attention to like movie stuff every day, they don't find out about movies like out until like sometimes the week of, or like within a month or two when they see the stuff on TV or at the movies. So it's like, it's so weird to think of like, oh, well, that it like, oh, what a novel concept, when other people are like, that's how they always experience learning stuff.
Yeah.
It feels very akin to like, you know, not necessarily the same scale, a different scale entirely, to like that thing where I saw like a tweet recently where an older person was like, I heard a younger person say that how much they were loving this new week-to-week episode drop format that channel that like streamers were doing, as if like that's a new thing. Like there's this disconnect with the people in our bubble for like who are anticipating stuff years in advance versus normal people. And I remember very clearly, Ken Knapsack, when Force Awakens came out, talked about how he went and saw Force Awakens with his dad. And when the movie was done and the movie ended with Rey with Rey and there, and then when the movie was done, Ken said his dad turned to him and said, guess there'll be another one.
Not knowing that they'd already announced that there'd be 3.
Exactly.
Well, it's funny because of all the things, I forgot that that DC Super Pets movie that's coming out. I forgot that was a thing.
That has The Rock in it and Kevin. It's
So
another
the
Rock
trailer-
Kevin Hart movie.
Yeah, and they put the trailer in front of Ghostbusters before it was online. So when I went to go see Ghostbusters, I was like, what the fuck is this trailer? Totally forgetting. And it was the first time in a while I was kind of surprised to see something. Like, I kind of miss that sometimes. Sometimes I hate being so fucking plugged in, you guys, because sometimes it's nice to be surprised by shit.
Well, remember going to movies and you would hear about movies being made and all of a sudden the trailer would pop up?
Yeah,
you'd be
man.
like, oh shit. Like I remember when Phantom Menace came out, the trailer.
Yeah,
like,
dude. Right?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember
that movie made way
I was
more
just
money than
talking. I was just talking to my homie when Spider-Man 3 came out, the trailer for it, and they show him in the black suit. We were so pumped, and then that movie was shit.
Speaking of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans that I never ever liked for the longest time, but rewatched recently, I understand why people would like the second one a lot now. Doesn't mean I do, but I can understand it now.
I'll say this. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, PJ. No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead, PJ.
Here's the thing about the Raimi movies. They're like super specific vibe. They're Sam Raimi movies, number one.
Right.
And they were also coming out at a time when the only thing we had was Blade and X-Men.
Yep.
And that is not a dig at either of those. But like we have to remember that like Blade and X-Men were trendsetters, and then Spider-Man came out. I don't love the movies because I don't like the casting outside of all the villains. Like the villains are the best thing. Hey, buddy. I love it. But it's such a like specific thing, and it's so funny because I was talking about this with someone recently. Like the trajectory is weird because right around that time, like Daredevil comes out, and then Hulk comes out, and then Fantastic Four comes out. Then all the sequels start compartmentalizing right around each other. All of this is happening in like an 8-year span before Iron Man. Like we forget the MCU is like just really a blink of an eye away with how time feels a lot of the time. And so those movies are kind of fun in like a very specific time period sort of way.
Right.
And the villains are great and the action is cool. There's a reason they're leading with the villains in No Way Home. Like they know that's like, don't get me wrong. Am I going to be excited if Toby and Andrew show up? Yeah. But like, I'm here to see Doc Ock again. I'm here to see Defoe as Goblin getting his ass pummeled by Tom Holland. Like, I want to see him kind of going bananas in a way that only Feige would let him do. Like, there's something about seeing those guys again because that's what resonated with me out of those movies was the villains.
Well, yeah, I mean, Alfred Molina, I get it. Like, 100, like, now that I've, because again, a lot of these things I watched way before I was that invested in. It was watching movies to just kind of watch movies versus like becoming invested in things like the effects, the director, the score, the who's in it. Like, and now I feel like Schmoedown ruined me, and that's all that I look for now. And I'm like, how many categories can this movie fall under? Like, what do we have here? We have comic book, we have Marvel, we have the, like, what all can I throw this in? That would be a question. And which, I don't hate it, but it's like, it's definitely a different way of watching it. But
I got to ask you guys then, as we're talking about this, and this is so like, I'm glad you brought it up. What is everyone's favorite Marvel film pre-MCU? Like
pre-MCU?
Because it has to be something that Marvel Studios didn't make. Like, what was
Spider-Man 2?
Okay, I'm just
2002 Spider-Man. I like the first one so much.
Okay, sure.
You're gonna absolutely hate me for this one. Fantastic Four.
No, I don't hate you. I think that movie's actually really good. So I'm not going to hate you at all.
I love Fantastic Four.
I think people are unnecessarily shitty to that movie.
It's a shit movie now that I watch it, but back when it came out, oh my god, I was so excited.
It felt like they got a lot of certain little things right with Fantastic Four, but also like the problem is
the Doom
Tim
stuff.
Story doesn't know how to make a movie even above watchable or at watchable to me.
Barbershop wants a fucking word, motherfucker.
Hold up. I was stumbling over my own words.
Okay.
After his debut, Barbershop.
See, and Reef says Blade. Blade to me was the same, like Spawn. Like I love Spawn. Spawn is horrible now that I watch it. Blade is not horrible, but Blade does not feel like a Marvel movie. Blade feels like a Star movie.
Blade is awesome, but the finale definitely kind of lacks a bit. But it does have.
Well, did you ever see the cutscene? Did you ever?
Yeah.
Did you see the cutscene? Did you see the cutscene of when he comes out of the thing and him and the girl are talking? And remember, he goes to like Russia.
Yeah,
there's another cutscene. I didn't care for X2. X1 was cool. X2, everyone says it's so good.
It's so funny. Mine is actually X3 because I like the I love Kelsey Grammer as I love Kelsey Grammer.
I didn't know.
I remember when Allison. No, that movie is just
it's
horse
real bad.
Shit.
It's real bad.
So bad.
It's really bad.
But
the cutscene, but Jeff, the cutscene of Blade,
I like X3.
One of the original cutscenes of Blade is you see this guy standing on the building. And he like looks and he's like, "Who is that?" It's Morbius.
Yeah, no, I heard about the Morbius thing that almost was there.
Yeah, and like, see, this is when we were like, when people were like, "Oh my god, could we ever see Spider-Man?" So when we got, like PJ was saying, when we got the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans, we're like, maybe we could do a crossover with Blade because remember the '90s cartoon, Spider-Man crossed over with Blade and Morbius and all that. And now that it's happening when I'm damn near 40, it's crazy. Like. I never thought in a million years I would have saw Avengers.
I've never seen any of the Blade movies.
Oh, the Blade 2 is dope.
Blade 2 is very, very fun.
Blade 3 was so disappointing because it was like, oh, we're getting Ryan Reynolds and Jessica Biel. Oh, it's gonna be great. And then it was
I really liked 2004's Hellboy.
Not Marvel.
That was a good one.
That's not what?
Not Marvel, but we'll take it.
We were talking about Marvel specifically.
I'm trying, guys. I'm doing my best.
No, it's fine.
So can I say real quick to Allison's X3 thing? X3 was the first time that I went to a midnight show where I thought nerds were going to fucking burn down the theater when the movie was over. I'm not kidding you guys. Like when the movie was over, I thought there was going to be a riot. And I was like,
I didn't think it was that.
I'm like,
it's real.
You fucking die. You fucking like just
coming off of X2. You coming off of X2, like seeing it in the theater and like loving what X2 had set up with the Phoenix storyline, and then getting that by fucking directed by Brett Ratner, who can't direct for shit. Like,
Bryan Singer ruined 2 franchises, by the way.
Huh?
Bryan Singer ruined 2 franchises when he left X-Men.
Well, I went from doing a really good thing to getting myself canceled real fast for this hot take.
I'll say this. Look, Singer sucks. What happened to X-Men was not on him. That was 100% a Fox move. Fox did it so they could get him off X3.
Yeah.
That like people don't realize that they waited when he signed the contract for Superman 3 or for Superman Returns, they got someone else to do X-Men 3. They were waiting him out. And that's fucking crazy.
2004 Punisher fucking has the saddest scene in it. When they kill his whole family, I could not watch that shit.
Like here's the thing. Here's what I'll say about the Punisher.
That's my favorite. Actually,
I don't hate the Punisher. It's been a very long time since I've watched it, but it is one of 3 movies that I owned on UMD for the PSP.
Jesus Christ, dude!
Jesus Christ!
You want to know what the other 2 movies were? Because one was Fun with Dick and Jane, and the other one. The other one is a Breck Eisner 2005 film starring Matthew McConaughey and Steve Zahn and I was gonna list it to see if he was gonna be able to get it, but he is answering a phone call. So
no, sorry, I had a voicemail, and I'm pretty sure that Rachel Silverstream butt dialed me.
That's
that's
so.
great.
So here's the other one. I want to I owned on UMD here. I'm gonna a Breck Eisner 2005 film starring Matthew McConaughey and William H Macy.
Nice.
And Steve Zahn. I want to see if you can get it. PJ.
William H Macy and Steve Zahn
and Matthew McConaughey.
Don't look at the chat.
No,
don't look at the chat. Look away.
I'm. Don't worry. I'm looking away. Matthew McConaughey, Steve Zahn.
Do you want the director again?
Yeah. Can you say the director again? Sorry, because I think I missed that.
Breck Eisner.
Oh, Sahara.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Once I heard Breck Eisner, I was like, yeah, that's.
You guys are fucking savants. I don't know how you do this.
Several times I watched that movie in theaters and then several times at home on my PSP.
It blows my mind. You're like, then it's like, oh yeah, that guy, got it. I'm like, huh?
Hold up.
Questions.
Wait, X-Men 1 has perhaps the greatest. Oh shit. Oh, the opening of X-Men. Oh my god. Yeah.
Which also then they use again in First Class.
Yeah. The whole thing of Magneto as a kid. That's an incredible scene. And in terms of opening scenes of like those Marvel movies, it never gets talked about because everyone just if everyone's talking about opening scenes of X-Men, they always refer to the also fucking incredible X2 opening with Nightcrawler in the White House,
which is also great.
Which is also just,
and it was so disappointing. In X3, we got the Danger Zone, and it was like shit.
Oh, the Danger Room, yeah, that fucking and
did I say Danger Zone? Danger
you
Room.
did.
I don't know why I said Danger Zone.
You did because you're a Ben Bateman closet stan, aren't you? Just admit it.
Sure.
Just admit it.
Sure.
I'm texting him that right now.
Sure.
Okay, look, I had a bad take. Maybe I need to go back and rewatch it.
Or don't. X3 at the time, it was exciting because you were like, "Oh, we're gonna get Beast," you know.
I mean, Kelsey Grammer is very problematic as a person, but
I mean, look, so is Mel Gibson, and I still want to watch Lethal Finale.
Right, but he's so good as Beast.
Then we got the Juggernaut. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch.
That's one of the first times I remember a meme becoming a thing.
Yeah. I do like
Dude, I was so excited
that I've never seen and that I feel like I need more opinions on if I should watch it because of the Kevin Spacey of it all.
Eurotrip. Yeah, Eurotrip.
No, right? I love Eurotrip. But the Kevin Spacey of it all is The Usual Suspects. I've never
that's
seen
a great movie.
So
I want to watch it.
I don't want to get people are gonna say like, do not fucking cancel me over this shit. Stuff that happened before an actor is outed is totally fair game, in my opinion, of going back and watching it. If you can separate the art from the artist.
Right.
Yeah. Like, you should not feel bad for going back and watching stuff. This is a conversation that's happening right now with West Side Story and Ansel Elgort. Right. Because there's a bunch of people who want the movie to flop and are mad that Spielberg didn't reshoot it in the middle of a fucking pandemic because something came out about him after the movie was shot.
Right.
I mean, the only other time that something happened like this with Spielberg where it made sense and Spielberg didn't do anything was fucking TJ Miller with Ready Player One. And his excuse, and like one of the excuses was like, well, he did the motion capture performance. It's his performance. So he has to come through. It's like, well, tell that to Seth Green and Mars Needs Moms.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, like very different sort of stuff. But what I mean is, I agree. Like he's the main star of a movie. They spend a ton of money on it. It's not like the rumors of like Letitia Wright is refusing to get vaccinated, so like they might need to like completely like redo everything with Black Panther 2 again. But
that sucks.
Yeah.
I'll say like it's hard because again, like I'm not saying that you have to support things, and that's
right.
I think Jeff knows this. Like Jeff PLD and I had this conversation when the Lethal Weapon news dropped. I'm having a hard time with it because I love those movies, and I feel like it's super fucking important that Donner wanted to finish it and he wanted to do something else, and then he died. Mm-hmm. And him picking Mel Gibson because Gibson's been around it is super problematic for me. Because I don't think he should still be working. But at the same time,
right,
I want to see what they were going to do.
Yeah.
I'm of two minds, too, because here's the deal. A lot of the terrible stuff that he that Gibson has said, and his actions are all very, you know, very anti-Semitic and whatnot.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, I guess I'm someone who I don't know. To me, I'll watch something and also be able to watch it with what it is versus, you know, the outside issues. I guess you could say, like for instance, okay, how about this? And then I feel like we're getting deep in the weeds on a lot of this stuff here, and based on what time it is, maybe we also wrap up soon.
Yeah.
We just talked about It Man. How much do we love It Man, PJ?
So much.
Love It Man.
It's fucking incredible.
Yeah. How many times do you think that you'll watch It Man 3 in your life?
A lot.
A lot?
And Mike Tyson is in it.
Even though Mike Tyson, yeah, there we go. Mike Tyson. So like that's where I was going with that. Like as an example, like we know that, and the thing is though, Mike Tyson is also thriving. And he also went to jail for like the horrific rape of a young woman.
Yeah.
Like, and like, you know, there's a few things that like, you know, maybe he served his time, blah, blah. But the thing is though, he still did something terrible and that woman will never be the same. And yet he's now off and like living his best life still, like stuff like that. So it's difficult. And, you know, it's like, if you're able to watch stuff and you can separate, cool. If you can't separate something and you like, that's fine too. Let people choose what they want to watch and not watch, depending on.
I just feel like I'm missing out on something by not watching this movie.
I just watch it, man. If you want to watch it, like it's hard. It sucks. Here's the thing. There's a lot of shitty people in the world, and we all probably like a lot of movies with a lot of really terrible people, and we just don't know it.
Yep.
That's the reality.
One thing I heard the last time I was in LA, 2018, a friend of mine said that, and there's no point in saying who the person was, that they had heard potential rumors about someone that might come out that was a major person in Hollywood, and then nothing ever happened. No one ever said anything. Nothing ever occurred. So it's like, is it even worth it to mention stuff about that? And at that point, and this is a friend who I know who also was someone who he interned with, like the guy, my friend also, like he worked for, I don't think he does anymore because now he goes to AFI. At the time, my friend worked for the producer of Battlefield Earth. So he worked for like an actual guy who like worked with people in movies and stuff. So he was talking about it from someone who like actually hears people say things in the industry.
Oh, a fun side story that just kind of made me remember is I used to know a girl who was an on-set medic for movie sets. And one day we were like messaging and just talking, and because she was working on Terminator 4 at the time. And we were messaging and she was like, oh, yesterday fucking sucked. So stupid. I was like, what happened? She was like, Christian Bale is such a piece of shit. I was like, what happened? And she was like, he just went off on some poor assistant because they walked it. Like, should they have been there? No, but like, he just fucking lost it. And I'm like, that fucking sucks. And then a few weeks later, that whole YouTube thing came out with him
so like
losing
what happened
it.
recently with Tom Cruise screaming at the guys because they were like breaking COVID protocols on set, and he's like screaming at them because he's like, if you he shouldn't have gone about the way he did, but I mean he was under an immense amount of stress. It's hard situation. Anyways, I feel like we're getting very serious here, and I kind of want to wrap up. We hang out a bit backstage, and then I got to go to bed because I got to wake up for like a workout and stuff in the morning.
Me too. Let's go.
Why don't we wrap up here? We never do plugs at this far into streams, so why start now? Let me find something real quick that I find.
Like, comment, and subscribe if you have not yet.
Yeah, so I mean, thank you so much, everyone. For those who have been watching, for those who stuck around, we had some great conversations, and we'll leave you with this.